we've received a request from the ABC that they be able to film the proceedings. As you'll be aware, under our Code of Meeting Practice, that requires Okay, we'll move on to, we have one apology this evening from Councillor Tastan, who's not able to be with us due to an ill relative. I'll move that be accepted. Seconded by Councillor Atkins. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried. Okay, we'll move on to disclosures of interest. Councillors and council staff must manage all conflicts of interest that they have in respect of any matters of business that is discussed at this public forum. Are there any conflict of, now there's essentially, because of the complexity of this matter, declarations that need to be made by all councillors and the General Manager. So what we might do is we'll just go around the room in sequential order, if that's okay. Councillor Blake.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a community conflict of interest in item 1, the Our Fairer Future Plan, as my principal residence is within the area identified in item 1. Due to the significant portion of the LGA that is impacted by the proposed reforms, I have made prior to this public forum a special disclosure in accordance with the Code of Conduct. This provides an exemption in this instance, and such I will remain in the public forum. I table my special disclosure tonight for inclusion in the council minutes. I'll also make a further declaration when we continue the extraordinary meeting on 30 September and remain in the public forum.
Thanks for that. Councillor Atkins.
I have a pecuniary conflict of interest in item 1, the Our Fairer Future Plan, as my principal residence is within the area identified in item 1. Due to the significant portion of the LGA that is impacted by the proposed reforms, I have made, prior to this public forum, a special disclosure in accordance with the Code of Conduct. This provides an exemption in this instance, and as such, I will remain in the public forum. I table my special disclosure tonight for inclusion in Council's minutes. I will also make a further declaration when we continue the extraordinary meeting on 30 September 2025 and remain in the public forum.
Thanks very much. Councillor Barlow.
I have pecuniary conflicts of interest in item 1, the Our Fairer Plan, as my principal residence and the principal residence of my associate are within the area identified in item 1. Due to the significant portion of the LGA that is impacted by the proposed reforms, I have made prior to this public forum a special disclosure in accordance with the Code of Conduct. This provides an exemption in this instance, and as such, I will remain in the public forum. I table my special disclosure tonight for inclusion in Council's minutes. I will also make a further declaration when we continue the extraordinary meeting on 30th of September 2025 and remain in the public forum.
Thank you. Councillor Antonou.
I have a pecuniary conflict of interest in item 1, the Our Fairer Future Plan, as my principal residence is within the area identified in item 1. Due to the significant portion of the LGA that is impacted by the proposed reforms, I have made, prior to this public forum, a special disclosure in accordance with the Code of Conduct. This provides an exemption in this instance, and as such, I will remain in the public forum. I table my special disclosure tonight for inclusion in the Council's minutes. I will also make a further declaration when we continue the extraordinary meeting on the 30th of September 2025 and remain in the public forum.
Thank you for that. Councillor Rosidi.
I have pecuniary conflicts of interest in item 1 of the Fairer Future Plan, as my principal resident and the principal resident of my associate are within the area identified as item 1. Due to the significant proportion of the LGA that is impacted by the proposed reforms, I have made prior to this public forum a special disclosure in accordance with the Code of Conduct. This provides an exemption in this instance, and as such I will remain in the public forum. I table my special disclosure tonight for inclusion in Council's minutes. I will also make a further declaration when we continue the extraordinary meeting on the 3rd of September 2025 and remain in a public forum. And I have another one as well.
Yep.
And I have a significant pecuniary interest due to property interest in Haberfield within the area identified in item 1 of our Fairer Future Plan. I will also make a further declaration when we continue the extraordinary meeting on the 3rd of September 2025 and remain in the public forum. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor.
I have pecuniary conflict interests in item 1, our Fairer Future Plan. Principal place of residence of my associates are in the area identified in item 1. Due to a significant portion of the LGA that is impacted by the proposed reforms, I have made prior to the public forum a special disclosure in accordance with the Code of Conduct. This provides an exemption in this instance, and as such I will remain in the public forum. I table my special disclosures tonight for inclusion in Council's minutes. I will also make further declaration when we continue to the extraordinary meeting on the 30th of September, remain in the public forum. I have significant pecuniary interests due to property interests in Marrickville within the area identified in item 1, our Fairer Future Plan. I will make a further declaration and will continue in the extraordinary meeting on the 3rd of September and will remain in the public forum. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Macri. Councillor Smith?
I have pecuniary conflicts of interest in item 1, the Our Fairer Future Plan, as my principal residence and the principal residence of my associate are within the area identified in item 1. Due to the significant portion of the LGA that is impacted by the proposed reforms, I have made prior to this public forum a special disclosure in accordance with the Code of Conduct. This provides an exemption in this instance, and as such I will remain in the public forum. I table my special disclosure tonight for inclusion in Council's minutes. I will also make a further declaration when we continue the extraordinary meeting on 30 September 2025 and remain in the public forum.
Thanks, Councillor Smith.
I have pecuniary conflicts of interest in item 1 of our Fairer Future Plan, as my principal residence and the principal residence of my associates are within the area identified in item 1. Due to the significant portion of the LGA that is impacted by the proposed reforms, I have made prior to this public forum a special disclosure in accordance with the Code of Conduct. This provides an exemption in this instance, and I will remain in the public forum. I table my special disclosure tonight for inclusion in Council's minutes. I will also make a further declaration when we continue the extraordinary meeting on the 30th of September 2025 and remain in the public forum.
Thanks, Councillor Ferguson. Deputy Mayor?
I have pecuniary conflicts of interest in item 1, the Our Fairer Future Plan, as my principal residence and the principal residence of my associate are within the area identified in item 1. Due to the significant portion of the LGA that is impacted by the proposed reforms, I have made prior to this public forum special disclosure in accordance with the Code of Conduct. This provides an exemption in this instance, and as such I will remain in the public forum. I table my special disclosure tonight for inclusion in Council's minutes. I will also make a further declaration when we continue the extraordinary meeting on 30th of September 2025 and will remain in the public forum.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor.
I have a pecuniary conflict of interest in item 1 of the Our Fairer Future Plan, as my principal residence is within the area identified in item 1. Due to the significant portion of the LGA that is impacted by the proposed reforms, I have made prior to this public forum a special disclosure in accordance with the Code of Conduct. This provides an exemption in this instance, and as such I will remain in the public forum. I table my special disclosure tonight for inclusion in Council's minutes. I'll also make a further declaration when we continue the extraordinary meeting on 30 September 2025 and will remain in the public forum.
Thanks, Councillor Clay. Councillor Scott?
I have pecuniary conflicts of interest in item 1, the Our Fairer Future Plan, as my principal residence and the principal residences of my associates are within the area identified in item 1. Due to the significant portion of the LGA that is impacted by the proposed reforms, I've made prior to this public forum a special disclosure in accordance with the Code of Conduct. This provides an exemption in this instance, and as such I will remain in the public forum. I will table my special disclosure tonight for inclusion in the minutes, and I'll also make a further declaration when we continue the extraordinary meeting on the 30th of September and remain in the public forum.
Thanks for that, Councillor Scott.
Mayor, I have a pecuniary conflict of interest in item 1, the Our Fairer Future Plan, as my principal residence is within the area identified in item 1. Due to the significant portion of the LGA that is impacted by the proposed reforms, I have made prior to this public forum a special disclosure in accordance with the Code of Conduct. This provides an exemption in this instance, and as such I will remain in the public forum. I table my special disclosure tonight for inclusion in the Council's minutes. I will also make a further declaration when we continue the extraordinary meeting on the 30th of September and remain in the public forum. I also have a significant pecuniary interest due to property interests in St Peters and Marrickville within the area identified in item 1, the Alfera Future Plan. I will also make a further declaration when we continue the extraordinary meeting on 30 September 2025 and remain in the public forum.
Thank you for that. Councillor D'Arienzo?
I have a pecuniary conflict of interest in item 1, the Alfera Future Plan, as my principal residence and the principal residence of my associate are within the area identified in item 1. Due to the significant portion of the LGA that is impacted by the proposed reforms, I have made prior to this forum a special disclosure in accordance with the Code of Conduct. This provides an exemption in the instance, and as such, I will remain in the public forum. I table my special disclosures tonight for inclusion in Council's minutes. I will also make a further declaration when we continue the extraordinary meeting on the 30th of September 2025 and remain in the public forum.
Thanks very much, Councillor D'Arienzo. I'll make my disclosure as well. I have a pecuniary conflict of interest in item 1, the Alfera Future Plan, as my principal residence is, and the principal residence of my associate is within the area identified in item 1. Due to the significant proportion of the LGA that is impacted by the proposed reforms, I've made prior to this public forum a special disclosure in accordance with the Code of Conduct. This provides an exemption in this instance, and as such, I will remain in the public forum. I table my special disclosure tonight for inclusion in the council's minutes. I further declare a significant non-pecuniary interest in item 1 in respect of the suburbs of Rozelle and Leichhardt, as I have a close personal relationship with persons with property interests in Rozelle and Leichhardt. I consider this a significant non-pecuniary interest, as it is a personal relationship that does not involve a pecuniary interest for me for the purposes of the Code of Conduct, but could give rise to a perception that I might be influenced by a private interest when considering this matter. Out of an abundance of caution and in the interests of full transparency, I will leave the meeting during the discussion and voting on item 1 regarding Rozelle and Leichhardt. Mr. General Manager.
Thank you. I have a significant pecuniary conflict of interest in item 1, the Alfera Future Plan, as the principal resident of an associate is within the area identified in item 1, Alfera Future Plan. I've not participated in the preparation of the report or discussions in relation to item 1. I will also make a further declaration when we continue the extraordinary meeting on the 30th of September and remain in the public forum.
Okay. And the Director of Community Services.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a significant pecuniary conflict of interest in item 1, the Alfera Future Plan, as my principal residence is within the area identified in item 1, the Alfera Future Plan. I have not participated in the preparation of the report or discussions in relation to item 1. I will also make a further declaration when we continue the extraordinary meeting on 30 September 2025 and remain in the public forum.
Okay, thanks very much. Thanks for your patience. I think that concludes all of the disclosures which have been tabled and correctly disclosed verbally. We'll now move on to the public forum. Now, I just want to outline a couple of provisions that are important for everybody to be aware of. Firstly, under the Code of Meeting Practice, speakers are entitled to speak for 3 minutes. You'll hear this bell after 2.5 minutes, which is an indication that it's time to build up to your moving crescendo. You'll also hear the bell again after 3 minutes. It is not our intention that we will provide extensions of time tonight, and there's a good reason for that. We have 80 registered speakers for tonight's meeting. I believe that that's the largest number of speakers that any council in New South Wales has ever just chosen to hear from in a public forum. Many of you will be aware that we've separated out, to ensure that the maximum number of people are able to speak, we've separated out this public forum from the extraordinary meeting that will be held a week from tomorrow, deliberately to maximise the amount of time that we have to hear from people. If we were to start, whilst the first speakers will be very good, no doubt, if we were to start moving extensions of time for people early on in the agenda, then the 80th person who is due to speak tonight is absolutely no chance of getting to speak before we conclude the meeting. In fact, we'll need to stick to time fairly strictly if we're a chance of getting through that. So I'm going to ask for your cooperation in that regard. I know that so if you don't need to speak for 3 minutes, then that will help everybody to be heard as well. I'm going to ask for your cooperation also in ensuring that the meeting is conducted in a respectful way. I know that we all know that this is a very important issue. The council has certainly considered this to be probably the most important policy that we will consider and adopt during this term because it has such important ramifications and people have strong emotions on all sides. But it is a requirement of the Local Government Act and it's my responsibility as chair to ensure that the forum is conducted respectfully. So I'm going to ask everyone in advance to refrain from personal attacks or derogatory remarks or suggestions of impropriety. And if those things occur, then as is my responsibility, I will interject and ask you to desist. Now, the first speaker that we have tonight is Kitty Farrell from Dulwich Hill. Just before you come up, Kitty, I'm just going to ask the gentleman who's the photographer here. Can I ask which media organisation you're representing? Sydney Morning Herald. Okay. But we require a resolution of the council to allow for the media to be in attendance. We've already passed that resolution for the ABC. You might not have been here at the time. Can I ask for the concurrence of council? Is everyone okay with the Herald being here as well? Yes. I'll just let you know, so that's agreed. I'll just let you know we've also made provision that if citizens choose not to be filmed or photographed, they'll let us know when they get to the lectern and I'll ask you to desist from taking photographs or filming. Is that fair? All good? Okay, the first speaker tonight is Kitty Farrell from Dulwich Hill, who's in person.
All right. Good evening, councillors and officers. I'm Kitty, and most of you know me as the chair of the Inner West Council's Access Local Democracy Group. Before I go on, I want to give a visual description of myself for people of low and no vision. I'm a fat white woman in my 40s. I have brown hair and grey streaks. I'm wearing a green wrap dress and green runners, and I also have my walker with me, which I'm sitting on. Now, that description not only helps people with low and no vision, it aids the people at home watching the live feed who can't see the gallery. Which brings me to my main point. Accessibility benefits everyone. One day, for one reason or another, we'll all need an accessible home. The majority of homes in the Inner West are not accessible, least of all rental properties. When I left my house tonight, I was not able to do it unaided. That has less to do with my disability and more to do with the fact that there was no accessible housing available to us in our price range. Instead, we live up 3 flights of stairs. We only ever talk about housing for disabled people in terms of public, social, or SDA housing, which is an incredibly narrow and frankly ableist view of disabled housing needs. I won't qualify for public, social, or even affordable housing. Not every disabled person will. A lot of us work, but because we are at disadvantage on myriad other points, we are still priced out of the private housing market. We'll rent for life. The Disability Inclusion Action Plan, item 5.4, says that Inner West Council must work to advance livable, accessible housing design at gold level or adaptable housing. The upcoming DCP, which is not the LEP, which the Access Committee recently consulted on, is likely to ensure all new builds are silver level, the basic accessibility level, which is great news for me, because silver level accessibility is suitable to my needs. It will not suit all disabled people, but it's a huge step forward from where we are, as most new builds in New South Wales are not required to be silver accessible level at all. But I won't be able to rent a silver level accessible flat in the Inner West, let alone gold level or adaptable standard, unless plenty more are built. The only way the Inner West gets more suitable housing for disabled people is if we drastically uplift the zoning and encourage more new builds. Because disabled people deserve to live near abundant accessible transport, we deserve to live near our support networks, and more importantly, we deserve to live near our established care teams at local hospitals. I ask, no, I demand, that you consider disabled people when you consider rezoning and future housing. Thank you.
Thanks, Kitty. That's a pretty hard act to follow for the next 79 people. The next speaker is Tim Bradshaw from Dulwich Hill.
Thank you very much. I stand before you tonight to say that I'm deeply disappointed. I'm disappointed by those who want more housing, but it's always not like that. I'm disappointed by the Conservative attitude which demands that nothing ever change. I'm frankly disgusted by the outright lies pretending that houses are already marked for demolition. And I'm profoundly disappointed by those private school educated silver spooners cosplaying as the working class so they can exploit the fears of people who've worked their whole lives for their own ends. We are most definitely in a housing crisis. This crisis has been years in the making, and yet, whenever potential solutions to aspects of the crisis are proposed, all we hear is no, 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 while prices go up and up and up. Research has shown that increasing supply, while not the sole solution, is a key aspect of halting spiralling price increases. The fact is, the Inner West, as the name suggests, is an inner city area. With the metro in place, you can be in the CBD in about 10 minutes. This is undeniably an area which should have greater density. Now, that might be an uncomfortable truth for some people, but truth it is. We simply need more housing, and we need it now. The only way to get that housing is to build what is feasible. A 30% affordable housing requirement is just not feasible and will result in absolutely nothing being built, further exacerbating the crisis. Now, people talk about changing the character of a suburb, and they're right. Suburbs, their characters do change. When I first arrived in Sydney over 25 years ago, I lived in a cheap inner west share house that would probably make John Birmingham think twice. It was on a street where I was regularly offered illicit substances by the various residents of that street. And today, that street is a lovely, respectable street, and that house is a beautiful family home. Suburbs change, times change, and change can be scary, but it should be embraced, worked with, and adapted to. To stand against change is like King Canute trying to command the tide, except in this case, you risk drowning future generations. Doing so should be a source of deep and abiding shame. What we have here is a well-researched, equitable plan giving this council an opportunity to make a positive contribution towards solving a crisis which, if left unchecked, will cause far more damage to the culture, vibrancy and livability of the Inner West than any multi-storey building. I urge all councillors to consider the future and their legacy and support the Fairer Future Plan. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr Bradshaw. The next speaker is Giovanni Cirillo of Marrickville.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Thank you, councillors. I won't take up all of the 3 minutes. I realise your time is extraordinarily scarce, and so I'll get into it. I represent the owners of 406 to 414 Illawarra Road in Marrickville. The main point of my presentation before you tonight is simply to ask that this property be treated in a fair manner in relation to surrounding properties. In particular, the properties to literally abutting our property on two sides, effectively we're on the corner of Harnett Avenue and Illawarra Road, have been given 10 stories and about 3.5 to 1 floor space ratio. Now, effectively, we've been given about 3 to 1 and about 7-storey as a height limit. Now, whilst I support the council's plan, it's important that these sites be treated fairly and equally. We're not even asking for the same floor space ratio as the neighbouring sites. What we ask for is simply the floor space ratio that you've shown on your documents, but simply that the heights are matched up so that all of the buildings can be 10 stories. As you know, in terms of contemporary urban design practice, contemporary town planning practice, the building on the corner should by rights be taller than the sites, the back block sites behind us, or in this case to our north and to our east. Simply put, we're only asking that the height limit be amended as it relates to 406 to 414 Illawarra Road to also be 10 stories or 34.3 metres. Nothing more, nothing less. Thank you for your time, and I wish you well tonight. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Giovanni. Now, I'm just going to go to the Director of Planning momentarily just to explain that we do have planners in attendance tonight as well. So if anyone here needs a point of clarification or further information, there's a one-on-one engagement that you can have outside. Ms. Plummer?
Through you, Chair, thank you. Yes, that's correct. In the room behind this one, above the door, it's called the Cecile Herman Room. There are available some of our senior statutory planners for those people who have a question that we can answer and assist you through a better appreciation or any concerns that you might have about the documents as we have landed following the exhibition.
Thanks very much, Simon. Our next speaker is Leilana of Marrickville.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Leilana, and I'm here today because one of the things that I've been most passionate about in my life has been community. In my daily life, interacting with my community looks like talking to my neighbours, walking to the gym or the shops, buying local, getting to know, local business owners, recognising people on the street and their pets. I'm sure lots of you would love doing these things as well. I also live in a 10-storey apartment, and I know without my building, I would not be able to live here. The Fairer Future Plan will enable 35,000 homes across the Inner West, and that number makes me so excited. I feel lucky to live here, and I want to share that with other people. I want to see them on our streets, in our shops, and know them as my neighbours. The Inner West is really special, we all know that. So I understand why some people want to conserve what we already have. But I'd like to tell you the story of another place in Sydney. Growing up, I always heard people talking about the Insular Peninsula, also known as the Northern Beaches. Beyond the funny nickname is a sad truth. The Northern Beaches has a history of locking others out, shutting down infrastructure, refusing to build housing, all contributing to its insular reputation today. We know that these choices were underpinned by racism and classism. Those are not values the Inner West stands by. They are values we reject wholeheartedly. And I believe that if we want to reject these values in our actions as well as in our words, we need to say yes to growth. Welcoming more people into our community can only make us stronger and more diverse, more creative and more community-minded. If we start to gatekeep, we risk becoming the inner less renters, less young people, less migrants, less essential workers, and less heart. We'll be closing off our hearts to all the people who would love to contribute to our community. Many of us have heard the adage that you have to get out of your comfort zone in order to grow and become a better person. And I think that's also true for our Inner West community. We need to keep growing, even if it's uncomfortable. We need to be better, and this is the only way that we will become our inner best. Thank you.
Thank you. There's been some excellent speeches so far. Our next speaker is Bailey Riley of Marrickville.
Excuse me, Mayor, while these speakers are coming up, can I just ask, on what basis have you chosen the order in which people will speak?
The order in which people were registered.
Okay. Just that so far,
I'll ask you to desist from interjecting. I've given you the answer. Sorry, I'll just call the meeting to order. I'll ask that the speakers all be heard in silence. I'll go to the council officers to confirm that. There's no conspiracy involved. And ask the council officers to confirm on what basis the speakers have been listed.
Through you, Chair, they have been listed by way of registration in that chronological order.
Thank you for that.
Awesome. Hi, my name is Bailey. My pronouns are she, her, and I'm here to speak in support of the Council's Fairer Future Plan. I'm here today to talk about something fundamental: homes. The Inner West is one of the best places in Australia to live. It's vibrant, it's connected, it's diverse, it's full of opportunity, and moving here from regional New South Wales has changed my life for the better. But I've seen and experienced firsthand that many of the people who want to live here, who want to become a part of our community, are being locked out. And when I ask myself, how can we make sure that everyone has a place in the Inner West? The answer seems pretty simple to me: by building more homes here. Every new home we build here takes pressure off the rental market. Every home added is one more chance for a young family to move into the area, for a nurse to live close to the hospital, for a student to stay near their uni, for an older couple to downsize and stay connected to their community. The substantial but sensible rezoning proposed by the council will mean more people like me can live in the inner west. We know that density done right provides the opportunity to make strong communities that are not car-centric. The council's plan takes into account the amazing infrastructure and public transport that already exist here. Anyone who says otherwise should stay in a regional town and try and catch a bus to the shopping centre and just see just how good we have it here. These public transport connections are only getting better with the Metro South West and Metro West opening over the course of the next 7 years. Why shouldn't we be fighting for more people to live here when we are so well connected? I also see the council's target for 2% affordable housing as just one piece in the affordability puzzle, which will still create hundreds of new social and affordable homes in the inner west. And as the plan details, council is still working on proposals for state and federal government funding to build even more affordable homes independent of the rezoning. This plan is clearly not the ceiling for public housing in the inner west, and I applaud that. While the calls for ridiculously high targets placed on developers by groups in this room would stop development of any housing, let alone more affordable housing in our area. This to me seems like another tactic to delay action and appease their base, who think we can consult and submit our way out of a housing crisis. They always say they want more housing, but they never want it here. This plan is a step forward for the inner west, and while we could sit here listening and consulting for years on the smallest details and keep delaying action in pursuit of the profound perfect housing plan, I applaud the Labor councillors for bringing this forward and working their hardest to tackle the housing crisis now by bringing a good, solid plan to the table. So let's be clear. Saying no to this plan is saying no to young people like me, saying no to our essential workers, saying no to our kids who would be priced out even more drastically, and saying no to our diverse communities. So instead, I ask that the council say yes to these people, say yes to a fairer inner west, say yes to the future of our communities, and say yes to more homes in the inner west. Thank you.
Thanks, Bailey. The next speaker is Justin Simon of Summerhill.
To start, I want to call attention to an incident that's front of my mind because it happened 2 days ago. Sydney Yimby received calls from someone who'd heard about our stance on Fairer Future. They asked why we were so focused on the inner west and repeatedly asked my physical location because they wanted to send me something. This was followed by a series of texts containing a bunch of racist, anti-Semitic conspiracy theories that aren't appropriate to repeat in this context, which the police now have copies of. I have seen an organiser from Lungs of Leichhardt post the apartment building I live in Facebook groups with thousands of members. We had someone approach us at Orange Grove Markets and say that a senior leader in the Inner West anti-development movement told her that Sydney Yimby wants to compulsorily acquire her house. I've seen literally hundreds of people repeat the accusation that our organisation is funded by or controlled by property developers with no evidence. When you spread conspiracy theories like this, you are pointing dangerous individuals at myself, my family and my children, and that is unacceptable. But I will not be intimidated. Rents are up by 50% since 2021.
Just a moment, Mr. Simon. They're fair points to have made, but I'm now going to ask you to address the substantive policy issue, and I'm going to ask that Mr. Simon be heard in silence.
Thanks, Mayor. Rents are up by 50% since 2021. Many of the people standing opposed here haven't been renting in that period, and many of them haven't been renters this century. They talk about how hard it will be for them to find a parking spot, but we've spoken to nurses who have been forced to sleep in their cars. Having to do a 2-hour commute is much worse than having an apartment building across the road. Trust me, I've dealt with both. They complain about not having enough open space while opposing the most basic slam dunk proposal to turn surface car parks into new open space. If not there, then where? The feasibility report from Atlas Economics says that the taller you build, the more affordable housing you can require. In order to get 10% affordable housing, you need to build to 40 stories. You're going to hear from a lot of people tonight who want a higher affordable percentage, but very few of them will be calling for more height to make it viable. Most of them actually want less. None of the dozens of opponents that I've spoken to about this plan have been able to tell me which streets we should be building in and how tall, despite spending 10 plus years campaigning against new homes in their suburbs, because they don't have a credible alternative. Council staff are the only ones who've put forward an actual plan rather than a recipe for more delay, and you should back them in. Please support this motion.
Thanks, Mr Simon. The next speaker is Emily Lockwood of Summerhill.
Because people love to lie about us, I'll start by saying not a developer, don't know them and don't like them. I'm here supporting housing because Inner West Council and the councils that came before it did not create enough housing, and for too long they have only listened to NIMBYs and didn't take action. I'm here because my children have lost multiple early childhood educators and teachers who have told us they've been priced out of this area. We have lost friends, co-workers and members of our community to the Blue Mountains, interstate and further because there are not enough homes here. And when you say no to housing, you are saying no to community. And I am here supporting housing despite having to make a police report on Saturday night because of opponents of this plan trying to find me and my family because we speak about wanting more housing in the Inner West, which is our backyard. People can't wait another 10, 20, 40 years for us to even start something because there are people in this room who have opposed housing in this area for longer than I have been alive. How is getting more affordable housing worked in that past 40 years? There are people against this plan who have explicitly said, or in the subtext said, that they do not want poor people or immigrants living near them. How can you support that? The housing crisis is dire. I would love more public housing because it is not public housing versus market housing. We need more of all of it. And strict zoning laws and listening to NIMBYs affects all of that. I would have loved the plan to get into other areas such as Haberfield, Newtown, Balmain, and to exist long ago, but that is not a reason to oppose it now. We have to take this action. It will be a huge stain on this council and this community if the ladder continues to be pulled up. They asked for a special detailed plan. The Todd, it's not special enough, and now they're saying that the plan that they have created is too much. The reason they haven't been happy so far is because they will never be happy with a plan. We have seen it time and time again, but the research shows that once something is built, they tend to be okay with it. Be a member of the community, recognise how good we have it here and give others a fair go. Do not be a supply denialist. More housing works. The rich people are already rich. These luxury apartments we hear about, that stops people from bidding more at rental inspections or auctions than we can afford. And can I say to the NIMBYs who are going to be very upset about us using this term, it's a description of your behaviour. To explain how truly delusional people have become about housing, I had someone approach me at the community forum comparing using the term NIMBY to dead naming trans people, which is disgusting. This is not rational behaviour, and they're acting out because we tell people what they say and what they mean when they're saying no. The things you like about the Inner West are because of the people. We are losing people and diversity of all types because of a lack of housing. It's not just cost of living, no, that's massive. This is a disability issue, a women's issue, environmental, family, LGBTQI+, health. It's about young people and downsizers. You are actively hurting people when you say no, and it's shocking that people refuse to see that. For somewhere that claims to be and is proud of being progressive, we've let being conservative on housing win, and everyone who has played a part in that should feel some shame, change for the better, and let this plan happen.
Thanks very much, Emily. The next speaker is Andrew Leach of Marrickville.
Maybe a breath for a second. G'day, my name is Andy Leach, and thank you for your time, councillors. I should start by saying that this speech is my opinion and not the reflection of the Inner West Environment Local Democracy Group, of which I am a member. This is one Greenie talking to some other Greenies about why the Better Future Plan is better for the environment. And like all good speeches, it starts with a great tangent. On the 30th of July, the New South Wales Government announced the creation of the Wadamutta National Park, about 1,000 hectares of Crown land along the Georges River to be converted into a national park, ostensibly to create a north-south koala corridor and a haven for native species. On the face of it, this is a great result for nature, more native biodiversity protected and actively cared for. The problem is when you look at the reason for this national park. For too long, Sydney has pushed housing out to the fringes of our city. Council planning rules, zoning and heritage in the eastern parts of the city make increases to density incredibly difficult or costly. So governments do the easy thing. They allow building homes where it's easier, where people are poorer and few will fight back. It's on the edge. But with national parks and gorges to the north and south and World Heritage listed mountain regions to the west, the only place left is the Cumberland Plain. Wadamutta National Park is essentially an environmental offset to allow the development of some 76,000 homes in the city's southwest. Homes that are too distant and too costly to adequately service with public transport. Homes that will, on average, cost about $75,000 more to service with power, water, and other amenities. Basically, more suburban sprawl in green, more biodiverse areas. Habitat destruction is a primary threat to native species, but it's not the only impact of suburban sprawl. It encourages car dependency, leading to traffic congestion, poor air quality, and increased carbon emissions. More cars driving in from over there means more congestion here. It's really easy. This plan also addresses this. Increasing housing and density around existing town centres and transport hubs isn't a random choice, it's a climate smart one. By building homes where people can access public transport, shops, services on foot or bicycle, we're directly reducing our collective carbon emissions. This shift also helps significantly improve the air we breathe. Removing parking minimums is also a smart climate-friendly choice, and I think I'm seconding many people's opinions there. The Fairer Future Plan will help stop urban sprawl. By alleviating the economic and planning pressures to build out in the Cumberland Plain, you can help protect it. Indeed, large developers with extensive greenfield land holdings are already balking at this idea with the state's government infill agenda. The best anti-developer and environmental decision you can make is to think outside this council's borders and change the current paradigm. The Fairer Future Plan is the council's attempt to build a more sustainable Sydney, not just in the council area. For the generations to come, I think it's going to be better. And I commend the council staff for going at lengths to building this plan. And I encourage you, the councillors, to get behind it. Cheers.
Thanks very much, Andrew. Our next speaker is Tom Schinkel of Edgecliff, who's online. Tom, are you there?
I'm here just a second.
Excellent. We can hear you. Please proceed.
Sure, thank you. Thanks, councillors. I don't live in the inner west, but I'm here today because the decisions that you make in the inner west are going to have an effect on our whole city. We're in a housing crisis. It's a housing crisis that affects everyone other than maybe the truly generationally wealthy. The simple truth is that we haven't been building enough homes, and we haven't been building enough homes for decades in the inner west and all across Sydney. When we don't build enough homes, they get more expensive. This is simple economics, supply and demand. For those who aren't convinced, who think there might be something intrinsically different about the housing market from all other markets, study after study shows that building more homes, adequately supplying the demand in the housing market, makes homes more affordable. The housing market is interconnected. Some rail against luxury apartments, but when we fail to meet this demand, the people who could live in those homes don't disappear. They stay in and continue to put pressure on the existing inadequate housing market. That pressure flows all the way down to the most vulnerable people in our society. The lucky ones get pushed out to Brisbane and Adelaide. The unlucky ones get pushed into insecure housing and onto the streets. It's tempting to say that any one development or any one rezoning plan won't fix the housing crisis. It's tempting to find fault with a development or a council plan that's not providing enough affordable housing or doing all these things, or there's not enough infrastructure. And many of the people who make those complaints are making them in good faith. But I think councils need to look past motives and consider the impact of the decision of not supporting this plan. Saying no to Fairer Future is not a neutral or a costless decision. More consultation and delay is not costless. Saying no to Fairer Future means rejecting an overwhelming body of academic, research and practical experience that these kind of reforms make housing more affordable. Saying no means we don't care about the housing crisis gripping Sydney, and saying no means we're abandoning our kids and our grandkids. Thank you.
Thanks, Tom. The next speaker is Michael Claydon of St Ives, who is in person.
Good evening, councillors and staff. I congratulate you on bringing together this plan for the Inner West. My name is Michael, I'm 25 years old, I'm a recent graduate and currently living with my family. And to put it short, my family came here for job opportunities. Our life was uprooted when my dad lost his job in New Zealand and we moved here to start a new life. We were renting for 5 years and then were able to manage to get a house before the prices skyrocketed. However, I now come to you because for me, that is going to seem like an impossibility to have my own life of my own. Renting simply isn't an option, nor is there even an option to buy, and a ship sailed ages ago when I was just a little child. The inner west is severely lacking in housing and is dying because of it. This impacts my life significantly. It restricts my ability to live independently, develop relationships, and feel comfortable with my identity. As someone who's queer, it is even harder to live in a neighbourhood that isn't always supportive. The inner west offers something different, a place where I could build a life, connect with like-minded people, and feel a sense of belonging. The Fairer Future Plan provides that opportunity. It means more homes and suburbs with excellent public transport connections, safe cycling infrastructure, and walkable neighbourhoods. I could at least bike to see my friends and commute to work without adding to congestion, and live a more active and healthy lifestyle. Well, most importantly, I would no longer be isolated. I would be a part of a community that welcomes difference and gives people like me the freedom to live openly and fully. To deny this plan is to deny that right to people who only want a fair chance. Unfortunately, many of the loudest voices against this plan are those who already bought into the inner west years ago when it was more affordable. They have benefited from growth and improvements to these neighbourhoods, but now want to lock the gates to my generation and those who come after. The consultation process was dominated by residents aged 40 and over, most of whom already own their homes. Meanwhile, people like me who desperately want to move here have had little say simply because we do not already live here. Fairer Future Plan begins to rebalance this dynamic. It allows high amenity suburbs close to the city to be enjoyed by more people from more diverse backgrounds. That is not just fair, it is sustainable. Diversity means stronger communities, richer cultural life, and more opportunities. Like a fusion reactor, when people are brought closer together and more activity happens, ideas spark through chance encounters and we all become better off. This plan is not about housing numbers, it is about fairness, dignity, and the future of our city. We can choose to be a community that opens its doors, that shares its opportunities and grows stronger together. Or we can choose to shut people out and preserve privilege for the few. And I know what side of history I want to stand on. That is the Sydney I want to live in, that is the inner west my friends and I want to call home. And that is why I urge you to support the Fairer Future Plan. Thank you.
Thanks, Michael. The next speaker is Harrison Chudley of Enmore.
Hi all. So about 2 decades ago, my parents, before I was born, bought a house in the northwest. Their mortgage is $550 a week. Earlier this year, I rented a basement studio in Enmore. No washing machine, no oven. The stairs are probably actually illegal. $500 a week. Housing crisis. So I looked at the plan last night, and we're actually getting upzoned, and that's great. I'm honestly kind of perplexed why it's only a small group of buildings there and not the entire suburb, given the amenity of the area. There's a bus every 5 minutes, there's like half a dozen supermarkets within walking distance, 50 restaurants, train station, school. So I am strongly supportive of the plan. The Marrickville and Dulwich Hill and Ashfield Croydon areas are also very high amenity. They have dozens of schools, dozens of parks, 100 buses an hour, literally. These are not places that are deprived. These are not places that can't take the extra people. These are not places where it's wrong to put apartments. I know there's been some community people who've said, well, people in Coringa, people in the Hills, people in Hornsby, they're blocking everything, they're not pulling their weight, it's not fair. I agree, that's not fair. They're terrible. But that doesn't mean that it's appropriate for Inner West to do the same thing. We're better than them, aren't we?
Seconded.
And you know, the $500 a week substandard apartment, that's an improvement. For a lot of last year, we were housing searching in the western suburbs and we couldn't find anything, and my partner was actually sheltered homeless for much of that year because we were priced out of the market entirely. It's only with above average income job I've been able to get anything at all. So the housing market is under a lot of strain. We have to do something about it. The plan could do with some improvement. I want to see more housing in places like Haberfield, Balmain, Moselle, but the plan as it is a good plan. It is a carefully considered plan. It's got a lot of thought into it, and I do not think it's appropriate to delay it any further, just for 5 more years of consultation that puts it right back where it started, except everyone's paying more. I urge you to support the plan. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Harrison. The next speaker is Stuart Gibson of of Newtown.
Thank you.
Online.
I'm here to lend my strong support for the Council's Fairer Future plan. Bloomberg recently reported that the average home in Sydney costs nearly 14 times the average annual disposable income, which is the second highest after only Hong Kong. It's clear that we're suffering a major housing crisis, and for me it's the country's biggest social ill. But it's so much more than that too. I'd like to outline a few reasons why you not only must approve the plan, but continue to follow up with further measures. The New South Wales Productivity Commission found that in the 5 years to 2021, Sydney lost a net 35,000 30 to 40-year-old people in the prime of their working lives. How can it be that people of a working age are leaving a city with among the highest wages in the country? The answer is that although we say people are our greatest resource, by allowing the crisis to continue, we're squandering their potential, making us all less prosperous. Where you live determines what jobs you can do, and the housing crisis stops people from moving to better jobs. It forces them into lower paid jobs in places with much lower housing costs. This is a human and a national tragedy. The crisis also dampens business formation by limiting labour force and raising costs unnecessarily. In terms of social effects, there are many. Parents already suffer long commutes and rarely see their kids. People in abusive relationships struggle to leave. Homelessness is an invisible epidemic. Owning your own home is becoming increasingly hereditary. And the New South Wales Productivity Commission has said that Sydney's on its way to becoming a city without grandchildren. In environmental terms, we've already heard about the carbon emissions per person being lower in dense cities than in those characterised by suburban sprawl. And without action, the costs that native animals will play for our efforts to find new housing. International research has established that your plan to build more homes is the right one directionally. In the 5 years following Auckland's upzoning in 2016, construction doubled, leaving a 5% increase in the stock of dwellings, and it's been from 14 to 35% lower than they otherwise would have been. In summary, this is the right plan for addressing a huge problem, and it's time for you to wait long enough. A few positive suggestions I think would make the process better. When redevelopment occurs, please take the opportunity to bury power lines and plant large trees. This will aid the beauty of the streets. Number 2, since upzoning does not guarantee feasibility, please don't use that as a reason to fail to upzone. Number 3, upzone as widely as possible so we all share an equal amount as fairly as possible across the community. And number 4, I'd like you to, before you take any decision relating to heritage listing of homes or streetscapes, you should precede it by a proper cost-benefit analysis. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Stuart. Next speaker is Christine Gibson from Balmain. Can I thank everyone for the respectful way that the meeting's been conducted so far? It's been great. Yes, you can. Is that you, Christine? Yes. Yeah. Could I ask the media to discontinue the filming or the photographing?
Good evening. I'm speaking tonight to request that Council refrains from taking steps to reduce my ability to develop my property to allow more than one household to call it home. The steps Council is proposing to take are 2. Firstly, to change my zoning from R1, general residential, to R2, low density residential, and 2, to introduce a height limit where currently there is no limit. My property is an 1,100 square metre block. It is bounded by public housing flats on the western side, a 1970s unit block to the rear, along with approval for a second unit block on the property behind. There is a laneway on the eastern side of the block which would allow for a significant setback from houses on that side. My property is 200 metres from a ferry, 200 metres from buses, and 800 metres or thereabouts from both Rozelle and Balmain shopping areas. Council is simply being asked to maintain the status quo, to keep open the possibility of development. The house on the property has been substantially renovated over the course of many years, and though it may have some street appeal, it has no historical value and numerous historical assessment reports have reached this conclusion. I'm not asking Council to give me anything I don't already have. I'm simply asking that Council not take away what I currently have. I haven't given the address tonight because it's a public forum, but I can give the address separately. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Christina. Can I ask you to please go and have a chat to one of the planners to ensure that that can be recorded. Our next speaker is Michael Lindsay of Marrickville.
Thank you. Honourable Mayor, councillors, staff, fellow community members. I live with my family on Marrickville Road West. Under the plan, most properties on Marrickville Road West can be 6 stories and potentially 8, including the property next door and all properties across Marrickville Road. It does not include us. We are part of an HCA. This will massively reduce our amenity through overshadowing and overlooking. It will have a major financial impact on us. We recognise the urgent need to address the housing crisis. However, the plan imposes a massively disproportionate cost on our family. Despite the distress this has caused, we sought to lean in. We prepared alternative treatments for our property that minimise the impact on us and keep faith with the plan. One proposal, endorsed by our neighbours in a joint submission, designates our property, combined with those of our neighbours, a key site. It could be transformative for the plan, creating a site of over 4,300 square metres with a 90-metre frontage to Marrickville Road. The proposal was designed with AE Design Studio and could deliver more than 220 homes, including affordable homes, a pocket park, a lane, and a community facility, while protecting heritage. AE Design Studio confirms the proposal's consistency with the objectives of the plan. Unfortunately, the changes report rejects our proposal, throwing away the opportunity to put over 200 homes on at this site. It suggests the amenity impacts on us are minimal or can be managed. This is highly debatable. It says, further, no key site benefits are desired in this location of the HCA. Council should be over-providing key site benefits. The delivery of any key site is highly uncertain. They are contingent on preconditions which may not be realised. The plan will bring an additional 1,500 people into the precinct, many without cars, who will need as many community facilities within walking distance as possible. The opportunity to designate the key site should not be missed. It may not come again. This is a moment in time when most of the property owners associated with this proposal agree to move in the same direction, the end goal of which is many, many more homes. Outright rejection could break this coalition, which may mean nothing happens here for 10 years or more. The housing crisis is everyone's responsibility. We are prepared to walk away from our house for the greater good. We ask that you, as the decision makers, draw on the vision, courage and leadership you have displayed so far in pursuing the plan to adopt our proposal. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Michael. Can I also invite you to head out to speak to one of the planners as well to reinforce those points, and that can be represented to the councillors. Next speaker is Catherine Duff of Marrickville.
Can I ask that I'm not filmed?
Yes, you can. I'll ask that the filming is discontinued. Thank you.
Thank you. Honourable Mayor, councillors, staff, fellow community members. I also live on Marrickville West with the previous speaker. I just want to make a couple of further points on the previous representation. One is to congratulate Council on the leadership and courage it has shown to address the housing crisis. We appreciate the huge effort this has required of Council and Council staff. However, the plan involves big cost for our family, eroding the amenity of our house and our financial well-being. The alternatives we propose keep faith with the plan, arguably more so than the plan itself, including by minimising the impact on us, which helps meet a specific goal of the plan to ensure that there be no unintended negative impacts on current or future residents. Our property is ideal for development under the plan. At more than 1,200 square metres, it provides the best opportunity for a single property to contribute to the plan on Marrickville Road West. When combined with our neighbours, it can be transformative as part of a key site that can provide more than 200 homes, many of which will be affordable, plus other key site benefits. Unfortunately, the change report rejects our proposal, partly because it says no key site benefits are desired in the location of the HCA. This infers that key site benefits would be desired but for our property's location in the HCA. Does this mean that a community facility or a pocket park would be so detrimental to the heritage value of the HCA that Council prefers to reject them? This HCA includes a red brick flat building and fake Doric columns that have been erected in the last 5 years. In contrast, the heritage of our house includes a significant period when it was a community facility, a doctor's surgery. Many more people talk to us fondly about their memories of that than the look of our house. Given this history, returning our house to a community facility as part of a key site would enhance the heritage value of the HCA, not detract. Rejecting our proposals outright is short-sighted and narrow-minded, though entirely consistent with the roles of the skilled technicians that have responded in the changes report. But they are not the decision makers. We call on Council to act in the spirit of transformation that defines this whole endeavour and adopt our proposal. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Catherine. Next speaker is Ax Walia of Erskineville.
Hi, my name is Ux. I'm 21 years old, and I'm privileged enough to be able to live near here. So let's be clear, Sydney's in a housing crisis, and my passion's in tech. I'm a uni student. This is honestly like the last place I wanted to be. I'm meant to be in my prime. This is meant to be the time where, you know, I was lucky enough to get a scholarship in uni. I studied my hardest. I really was told my whole life, you know, if I get a good job, if I do all the right things, I'd be able to afford a place. And that's what my friends were told as well. And we're all here looking around realizing we're priced out. Sydney is not the place where we can ever even dream of affording to live in the places where we see our friends live, you know, who come from generational wealth. And it means that it's a place where genuinely, if you're not inheriting something, good luck. If you're a nurse or a teacher, good luck. If you're an artist, God forbid you think about living in Sydney. Genuinely. Like, a lot of my friends are artists. I literally just had one of my friends who is a struggling artist, hasn't had stable housing in Sydney for the past 3.5 years, never lived in a place for more than 3 months. And God forbid, like, I tell them every day, like, I love this place and I love you, but it's just not working. But the reason why I am here, the reason why I am dragged out here is because time and again, I run into this familiar roadblock, supply denial. Supply denial is to economics what climate denial is to housing. It's this stubborn refusal to accept evidence, which is crystal clear. Decades of research, real-world examples have told us if you build homes, you ease pressure on prices. If we were talking about literally anything else, no one would make this argument. No one would make the argument more electricity doesn't make a difference to electricity prices. I'm sorry, it just does. This is just, it's not like crazy stuff. I don't understand why I keep running into this. I feel like I'm going mad. If we create options and we can keep communities diverse and vibrant, denying that is not just bad policy, it's dangerous, and we're locking in not only the homes that some people love, but not everyone, but we're actually locking in the inequality that we have today. The Fairer Future Plan is a lifeline. It's an ability to create a new baseline for 30,000 homes. I urge everyone here, and especially in council before next week, please engage with the evidence, engage with the papers, please engage with everything that's out there. Because God knows where the people like me, migrants, artists, anyone who isn't inheriting something, we're forced to. Thank you for your time.
Thanks very much, Ax. The next speaker is Daniel Holland of Petersham.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, councillors. I'd first like to acknowledge that tonight we're on unceded Gadigal land. My name's Daniel. I've lived in the Inner West for 18 years, and in that time, I've seen the dream of home ownership slowly slip away. The Fairer Future Plan is a glimmer of hope for us. It's the decisive action that we need right now to make the Inner West a place that young people can continue to call home. We can't risk becoming a council without young people like myself. This is a plan that offers, in the words of the Planning Institute of Australia, a carefully crafted set of local alternatives which study and respond to the local urban structure and places which they know best. It's a plan that understands the unique nature of our area, and it's one that will help realise well-located density with access to beautiful amenities that we all know make the Inner West a beautiful place to live. It's a plan that envisions a welcoming, diverse future for the Inner West, one that lets us share the beauty of our area with new generations, one that lets us welcome them into our amazing community. We must as well understand the terrain on which to fight our battles. I want more public and social housing in our area. It's key to that vision of a diverse and welcoming future. But that's a front that we need to push our state and federal governments on to deliver, and is not in the power of local government to build. In fact, the rezoning in the Fairer Future Plan only serves to empower the construction of more public housing in our area. Opposing this plan by asserting that it doesn't contain enough public housing is misguided at best, and at its worst, gatekeeping for future generations that could live in our area. We need to get on with building the housing in our area right now, not block it. I urge this council to seize the initiative and to support this plan. We should lead from the front and not cower in the rear. Those who say that it is unfair that we shoulder a higher burden than councils that block housing ring the same tune as the climate deniers who say it's simply unfair that we should reduce emissions while other countries continue to emit. That's why I support the Inner West Fairer Future Plan. Let's seize the opportunity that it presents and get on delivering it. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Daniel. Next speaker is Lucy Langford of Marrickville.
Hi everybody. Firstly, it's really cool to see so many people mobilised on a Monday evening for something that's so important to our community, so thank you everyone for coming. My name is Lucy. I've been an Inner West renter for almost my entire life. I was born in a rental in Enmore, I grew up renting in Stanmore and in Ashfield, and I now rent in Marrickville. I feel like in this discussion we talk a lot about the loss of families and of young people in the Inner West as a hypothetical, as a sort of possibility of what the future could look like without strong and decisive action being taken to increase the availability of housing. I'd like to talk today a little bit about my experience of having that already happen to me and to my family. Firstly, I want to say I feel so privileged to have grown up in this amazing community. Our public schools are incredible, our public transport is domestically unrivaled. The character, which I know is a loaded term in this debate, is really unique. But I had to leave and I moved interstate for 6 years after my high school graduation because it just was not feasible for me to pay my own way here. My parents, my mum, my dad, my sister had already left. I was the last one standing, and that was back in 2017. Since then, the best stat I could find was 5 years ago, house prices have gone up 40%. So if we couldn't afford it then, we sure could not afford it now. I don't want us to lose families, young people, the economically disadvantaged, and the things that they bring to our community because they can't afford to live here. Not all of us in the Inner West are the same, of course, but I do think that there are some cultural values that the majority of us share. We value things like racial and cultural diversity, we value queer acceptance, social justice, music, art. All of these things are inextricably linked to our willingness to accept and bring in those people that are classed as outsiders. A lot of the campaigning against this development, this sort of save our XYZ, has honestly made me a little bit sad. I think that the character of the Inner West is held in our history as like an open and diverse community and group of people, rather than in the bricks and the mortar of those pretty old buildings that I love as much as everyone else. I think the Fairer Future Plan is a sensible policy that's going to allow for preservation of those things that we love about the Inner West, while also delivering desperately needed housing. The time to act on housing affordability in this community is now, and actually it was like 20 years ago. There's no such thing as a plan that's going to please everybody, and I really look forward to engaging further with Council on future plans. But for now, I'm so proud to be supporting the Fairer Future Plan to address this crisis that's continuing to grow and not waste another second. It took a lot of time, effort, and money for me to get back home to the Inner West. But for me, it was worth it because the Inner West does have that special character that I haven't been able to find anywhere else, and that is in the people. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Lucy. And I just want to say it's not a political comment, regardless of your view on this matter. This is the largest number of young people who've ever attended a council meeting to speak, and the quality of their contributions has been... I'll ask you to desist. I'll ask you, sir, you've interjected several times tonight. I'll ask you respectfully to desist. I thought it was an inoffensive comment. It was certainly true. The next speaker is Evan Mistillis of Ashfield.
I'd like to congratulate the council on planning to increase the zoning in this municipality. But the council, I think, has to really improve the interface between the areas that are being developed and those that are not. I'm from Carlisle Street. I speak with the support with all of the residents on eastern side of Carlisle Street. Just about every single one of them signed this petition because the apartment blocks that will be allowed on Hugh Street behind us from 5, 6, 7 stories, but from 19.5 to 27 metres tall, will take away our sunlight and destroy our privacy. We will be trapped in houses that will barely be livable, but the decrease in value of our properties will be such that we won't be able to move out and buy a similar house anywhere in the municipality. Now, there is an easy fix for this. Allow us on Carlisle Street to develop modest, up to say 3 stories, including dormer windows that won't affect our neighbours, won't affect anybody, or lower the heights on Hugh Street and other streets that are, right on that border between areas that are being developed and those that are not being developed. Planners have said that 3-storey apartment blocks are not commercially viable, but the new block of flats right opposite Ashfield Fire Station on Victoria Street, 3 stories, shows that that's just not true. The planners have also said that the blocks are too small for lower heights, but the fact is, with any development, including 7 stories, blocks are consolidated, and the same would happen on Carlisle Street. They've said that there's flooding on Carlisle Street, so we can't develop, but there's more flooding on Hugh Street. The flood maps are deeper, so why are they allowed to develop, yet we're not? If you look at the map of development, it's not just us that would be affected like this. There are whole areas where there are very tall apartment blocks right next to single dwelling houses. Marrickville Road, 418 to 428, up to 21.5 metres, with adjoining houses, low density houses. On Somerville Avenue, it's a heritage zone. They'll be affected by 7-storey apartment blocks surrounding them. Nicholson Street, Balmain East, going up to 8 floors.
I'll ask you to conclude your remarks, sir.
So it's very simple. Allow the areas that are not being developed right on those borders to go up modest 3 floors, or lower the heights of the apartments that adjoin them.
Thank you for that.
Can we ask you a question?
Our next speaker...
Can we ask a question from the floor?
No.
Why has the list been sorted that all speakers 4 are speaking first?
Perhaps you arrived late, Mr Stamoulis. That question's already been asked, and the Council's General Counsel confirmed that the speakers are in order of receipt of registration. Next speaker is Julia Richardson of Marrickville.
Thank you. Good evening. Next year in June, it will be 30 years since I moved into Marrickville. Our neighbours then were mostly first and second generation immigrant families who'd settled in the area decades before we ever got there. In fact, the woman we bought our house from said to us back then, 30 years ago, Marrickville's changing. Lots of new people moving in, people like you, yuppies. We were absolutely the newcomers and the outsiders. I've been the change in my neighbourhood, and I've seen change happen around me. I remember the old bowling club that was replaced by the PCYC, the old tennis courts that became the Quarry Apartments, the service station which became a block of flats with Al Hassan mixed business on the ground floor. In fact, the shops, cafes, bars, restaurants that have been described as some of Marrickville's iconic culture, those are the products of change too. Change is inevitable and imperfect. What worries me is not change, but what happens if we don't change now. In the next year, the average house in Marrickville will cost up towards $100,000 more than it does today, which is up to $100,000 more than it did this time last year. Without change, this diverse and inclusive neighbourhood that we love will become an impenetrable fortress of household wealth. When it comes to housing affordability, we are now at 1 minute to midnight. The urgency that we apply to other social challenges, it applies here. The Fairer Future Plan is a plan to build more housing here where people want to live and work. Of course, no plan is without its imperfections, and I would like to see the Council take a role in supporting the individuals most directly affected by the change. But if ever there was a time not to let the perfect be the enemy of the good, it's now. Weighing down the plan with caveats and further consultations, however well-intentioned, that's now as good as saying no. It will stop new housing from going ahead. It will do nothing to address our housing affordability crisis and the social inequalities it perpetuates. And what makes me deeply uncomfortable about that prospect is that those of us who are homeowners, and there are many of us here, we will benefit. We will be richer and we'll have pulled up the drawbridge behind us. That's privileged. That's what happens when we expect our own needs to be met without considering how that impacts on the needs of others. I was introduced to that definition of privilege when I was involved in the campaign for a voice to Parliament, like many people here tonight, and I've tried to maintain my awareness of it. When I'm getting what I want, who misses out? Well, the people who stand to miss out are, for the most part, not here tonight. They are the community of the future, our children and grandchildren, sure, but also people we don't know, who deserve the chance to build lives here like we did. That's why I say yes to the Fairer Future Plan. That's why I say yes to making room for the next generation, the opportunities they need, because the future doesn't belong to me, it belongs to them. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Julia. The next speaker is Bruce Scott of Leichhardt.
Yeah, thank you, Council and everybody here. I'm up here to voice my disapproval of the Fairer Future Plan. I am not at all against density and helping folks from more disadvantaged backgrounds getting a foothold, not at all. My disagreement comes about what I feel is a big disconnect stemming from, if we look at Sydney and we look at different suburbs to start with, Zetland, Rhodes, Crow's Nest, Wallara even, around the railway station, going to go to 28 stories. Why do we have a disconnect in the inner west? Why do we want to have a slow death, cup half full approach where there's not the yield? And for one speaker before, that's not correct. 3 stories, you cannot get commercial derivative for people to sell. So ultimately, my suggestion is quite simple. Going high will achieve the result that's required on two big points. One, you'll have a smaller footprint so you can have more green space. You will have
I'll call the meeting to order.
Capability to get more people to sell because there's the yield to have the incentive to sell. Because the mixture of, like what one speaker said before, do we go up so someone can go down? Or do we have plans where there's no car park? Or does the Apia Football Club have to close down after 100-something years? Because if we get this wrong, Council, it's going to be a fig jam. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Mr. Scott. Our next speaker is Anne King of Lilyfield.
I have to agree with the Mayor on the wonderfully articulate young people so far. I welcome the preservation of HCAs in this plan. Beyond that, questions and one plea. The plan will go through, but my request is for a particular adjustment. As a social worker who's worked with homelessness at the coalface and ACOS, if I believed this private market supply fix was the solution, I wouldn't be here. Not that I'd be joining the often nasty toned dismissals of those who do love their neighbourhoods and dare to question this plan. But this diagnosis solution, contrary to what has been suggested so far tonight, actually is contested. And the social work by experts, many of them, there are many reports saying the complete opposite. And the social worker in me is deeply worried about the stunning indifference as to how it plays out on the ground for real people. The insufficiently examined social impacts of eroding close-knit neighbourhoods and their support networks for young and old and all between. Old stock renters displaced when landlords cash in on promoted bonanzas who won't be able to afford the Alan Kohler dubbed luxury set apartments that later appear. Apartment 3-bedroom in Leichhardt is $1 million more than a 3-bedroom house right now, a brand new apartment. Yeah, I'll give you the evidence. And these inner waste networks, so uniquely sponsored by our sweet spot density, progressive culture, history-rich homes, with active frontages promoting connections, no doubt as evil as backyards to some. Cop it, sure, if this solution wasn't contested, but it is. Urban planner Tim Sneesby, housing supply is not hindered by a lack of zone capacity. The build-to-order nature of the housing market is not built into the Productivity Commission or Reserve Bank models. Mainstream media has swallowed the supply myth. The Productivity Commission cannot be trusted alone. Ask Peter Garrett about it. Linda Chung, Oz Institutes of Architects, to attribute the crisis to supply issues is a complete misnomer that plays directly into the hands of those who lobby hardest and gain most economically from untargeted development while doing nothing to fix the original problem. Homelessness expert Nick Bano, the solution is not mass house building, it's landlordism. Cameron Murray, affordability in the mid-20th century came from major public housing investment. The private market has failed all through history. Kathy Sherry, high-density expert. Until we disincentivise investment, we will never fix affordability. But courtesy of economists with limited understanding of homes, there is a new mantra in housing debates. We need to build more homes where people want to live, but rich people who don't like apartments are blocking supply. Never mind that the densest areas are the most expensive. But the big drivers of inner ring upzoning don't want to disincentivise investors. Urban Task Force, big driver of this plan, mocks ACTU McManus for taking negative gearing, ending it on 2+ properties to the Productivity Commission.
I'll ask you to conclude your remarks.
10 seconds. My request is the plan will go through. There is buffer to pull it back to meet the state targets and revisit the social impacts.
I respectfully ask you to conclude your remarks.
And use public housing to make back up the difference. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Andrew Harvey of Dulwich Hill.
Thank you, councillors. I just want to say I'm surprised at the tone that was expressed in the public plaza before we started not being reflected in the first 24 speeches. I'm a Dulwich Hill resident with 2 kids who are now 26 and 23. We understand the incredible difficulty our children face in breaking into this housing market. We understand the difficulty that Sydney faces in finding affordable land to expand into. We understand that those on metro and train lines should face a larger share of development. We understand why state governments feel compelled to take planning decisions into their own hands. We understand and appreciate that the Inner West Council and other councils rejected the brutal and arrogant stamps of Todd development circles around hubs. The intentions those councils had were honourable. But for all of that, there is much we don't understand. We don't understand why the Inner West Council has more than doubled the amount of housing that it was asked to deliver. No other council has done that. We don't understand why the council promised a whole LGA approach to planning, yet focused 70% of development in only 4 suburbs. We don't understand why the most key details of the deal to repurpose the village car parks has been buried beneath hundreds of pages of documents. Businesses are very worried about their futures, and the community has no trust in council's commitment to fix it down the track. We don't understand why council didn't inform residents in rezoned streets directly. We don't understand why the number of dwellings per suburb was not published in the plan. We don't understand why questioning a process has us labelled as NIMBYs. We don't understand how suburbs like Dulwich Hill can be asked to increase housing by more than 4,000 new high-rise apartments without any additional green space or infrastructure. We don't understand how tearing down hundreds of existing low-rent, affordable unit blocks and homes to build a larger number of million-dollar units is going to help housing affordability. We don't understand how simply allowing apartments to be built with next to no parking is going to work. People can't catch the metro everywhere. We appreciate the time and service that councillors put into their roles, but we raise the question as to whether some councillors who work for the Housing Minister, the Premier, federal and state MPs can be impartial on the LEP.
I'm just respectfully going to pull you up there just for one moment. I'll let that point go, but I'm going to ask you to refrain from making any more personal reflections about elected representatives during your address.
And I will.
I've made the request. Please proceed.
Thank you. I only ask that to avoid any perception of a conflict of interest on this particular matter, we call for an independent probity review.
Thank you, sir. Your time has expired.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Edward Dan of Enmore. Sorry. The next speaker is Edward Dan of Enmore.
Yeah, we've had a lot of speakers support the plan. My name is Edward Dan, and I am a member of the New South Wales Socialists. I'm quite curious who some of the people that have spoken for the plan are affiliated when it comes to major political parties. I think that would have been disclosed. So I'm going to start talking about the plan. When I spoke at the most recent council meeting, I said the developers have no interest in building affordable homes. In the community engagement response, this council has made it clear they have no interest in building affordable housing either. In their own words, the council says they have to lower their minuscule affordable housing targets because they want to provide certainty to the development industry. You can literally read this in section 5.2. Last time I checked, it wasn't the developers who voted for you. It was us, it was the people. This council is bending over backwards to please developers and in the process throws every ordinary person in the Inner West under the bus.
It is a total betrayal. This plan will immediately screw over people who live in rental housing. Rental housing that will be sold, traded, amalgamated, all in the interest of profits. Shame. There are so many young people living in the inner west in rental housing. They are going to be evicted. People will be evicted from their homes, not just young people. These buildings will be left to rot. Houses will be flattened and the lots left vacant for years. While this is going on, developers will be scheming to figure out the best way to rake in obscene amounts of money from building stuff that people don't want and can't actually afford. This is not a viable rezoning strategy which suits the needs of workers and residents of the inner west. It is a complete capitulation to the interests of big development. Town planning policy needs to guarantee the construction of things people actually want. Parks, public amenities and public space, but most importantly, housing which people can afford to live in. This plan does not do this. The council is going to vote next week on whether or not to let these immensely powerful developers reshape where we live and work. I say scrap this plan. My name is Edward Dan and I am a member of the New South Wales Socialists.
Thanks very much, Edward. Our next speaker is Emma Norton of Earlwood.
Hi. I think the people who have repeatedly tried to say that this plan is a response to and a solution to the housing crisis are either cynical or naive. Let's be clear about what this plan actually represents. This is part of Labor's approach to the housing crisis from the federal level to the state and down to the council level, which is not to solve it, but to make it worse. That is what this plan will do. It will make the housing crisis in the inner west worse. Not to build public housing, but to tear it down. Not to bring down house prices and rents, but to ensure they continue to increase indefinitely. To build for-profit housing to enrich developers, not to build affordable homes that we need. In part, this plan is a massive handout to developers and to investors, but in part, I think it's also a bit of a propaganda exercise by the Labor Party to convince us that the sole problem in this housing crisis that has beset Australia for years is housing supply and the NIMBYs blocking development. This is a lie. This is a myth. There are tens of thousands of empty homes in Sydney, in New South Wales. There is a surplus of approvals for development. More developments are approved than actually get developed. There is the number of constructions of new dwellings has outpaced population growth for the last 10 years. And the ABS recently said that the number of residential properties in Australia exceeds the number of households by almost 1 million. So the idea that supply is the cause of expensive housing is a lie. The cause of expensive housing, we know it. It's obvious. It's that housing has become an investment and a commodity and not a human right. That has been done by successive governments on a state and federal and local level through tax concessions and the wholesale destruction of public housing. And Labor plans to do nothing to address this, and this plan does nothing to address it. It will directly increase the prices of houses and rent instead. It will reduce housing stock initially by demolishing principally rentals and eventually will replace these with profitable but unaffordable units, with almost zero affordable housing built into the plan. This will obviously put upwards pressure on our already unaffordable housing market. So I am for ripping up this plan. We need a new plan. We do need a plan that changes the inner west and meets many of the needs of the community. But that is a plan that should express the interests of the community, that should build amenities, green spaces, community spaces, increase public transport and schools, along with building the much needed public and affordable housing. We don't need a plan that is purpose-built for developers. We need one purpose-built for ordinary people in our community. And I forgot to say, I'm a member of New South Wales Socialists.
It's not a requirement to identify which socialist party you're in, but I appreciate your transparency. I just said it's not a requirement, but I appreciate your transparency.
It'd be nice if Labor showed that same transparency.
I'll ask you to desist from interjecting or casting aspersions on previous speakers. The next speaker is Leah Horsley of Marrickville.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor, councillors, council staff. I am a member of the Labor Party.
I'll call the meeting to order. We've conducted the proceedings so far in a perfectly respectful way. I would ask all members of the public, including representatives of any political party, to desist from interjecting. It's not respectful political debate. Please proceed.
Thanks. We need to build more housing. Week to week, I have conversations with inner Westies who speak of one day soon having to leave the inner West. Only last night I was speaking to friends about the housing issue. They rent in Marrickville and spoke about battling a continuous cycle of mould and a house in disrepair. They live with the threat of yet another rent increase hanging over them. They're luckier than most. They're rent vestors with a place down the south coast. So when there is one rent rise too many, they have the option to up stumps and move to that place. They're professionals and they've crunched the numbers. They've worked out that they'd be way better off out of Sydney and could even book a yearly overseas holiday. I have another couple of friends living in another house in Marrickville. They too speak of battling mould and often waiting in vain for the landlord to respond to their calls for repair. They are both essential service workers and talk about an easier lifestyle somewhere out west, as far as Dubbo. They have children and grandchildren in the inner west, so the decision to leave is not one they're taking lightly. My stepdaughter and her husband are right now negotiating with a real estate agent for a house south of Wollongong for their growing family. They've moved 5 times in their son's 3.5 years of life. The only way they can buy is to get out of Sydney. There are thousands of inner west residents who will never qualify for entry to not-for-profit housing, but who may be able to find a home in the inner west if the supply of apartments is significantly increased. For many of these people, failure to deliver increased housing supply will mean they will have to leave their community. And this has already happened with a whole bunch of my friends. So let's continue to support and grow this community that we know and love and support the Fairer Future Plan. Thank you for your time.
Thanks very much, Leah. Our next speaker is Corey Struve of Rozelle.
Thank you, councillors. I'm a resident of Rozelle. I'm a renter. I was previously a homeowner in Petersham. I strongly support this plan. It is sound policy that determines whether our area thrives or becomes an exclusive enclave for those who bought decades ago. The numbers are stark. Housing supply is failing. Rental vacancy rates across the inner west are around 1.15%. House prices have surpassed $2 million and median rents are $950 a week for houses, all well above Sydney averages. None of this is sustainable. Our local schools are losing students year on year. Without prompt housing intervention, declining birth rates will continue to impact our communities. The Fairer Future Plan can prioritise 3 and 4 bedroom homes that attract families and keep schools viable. Transport infrastructure can absolutely support this growth. The recent Victoria Road bus prioritisation upgrades created uninterrupted bus lanes all the way to the Anzac Bridge. Metro West opens in a few years and the Bankstown line conversion will increase frequency in 2026. There is a significant pipeline of transport infrastructure for the inner west. The council's plan is well targeted, concentrating growth around existing or soon to open transport corridors. This is responsible planning. Without local action, growth doesn't stop. It's displaced to uncontrolled greenfield developments on the urban fringe, forcing longer commutes and more car dependency. That's poor planning and undermines Sydney's prosperity. Opposition often centres on preserving character. Character does not survive when only long-term owners can afford to stay. Excluding younger generations and families hollows out the diversity that creates character. This plan by council avoids reckless heritage destruction and does not propose high-rise on quiet residential streets. It redirects growth precisely to where it can be absorbed, around transport hubs. The choice is simple: managed local growth on council's own terms, or state government imposed development that will come if this plan is not approved, along with more urban sprawl. Council, please approve this plan. The data supports it, the community endorses it, and delay will only worsen the housing crisis, driving young families and workers out. Thank you.
Thank you, Corey. Our next speaker is Margaret Roberts from Leichhardt. Thanks, Margaret.
Good evening, councillors and council staff. I'm a town planning consultant. I'm here to speak on behalf of two clients. The first item I am addressing is 194 Marion Street, Leichhardt, which is at the corner of Marion and Foster Street on the Marketplace block, and council has stated the site has been excluded from uplift as the broader flood catchment has not been considered. The land opposite along the northern side of Marion Street is proposed to be upzoned to a 2.4 to 1 FSR and 20.1 metre height, or 5 stories. On the southern side, there is no change to the Marketplace single-storey entry. However, the next properties along at number 154 to 174 Marion Street will be upzoned to match the northern side, but then 176 to 190 Marion Street have been excluded due to overland flood affectation and is limited to 2 stories. Then we have our client site at 194 Marion Street, which has a 3-story limit. The outcome being created is a very inconsistent streetscape within one block. My clients have DA approval for a 3-story mixed-use development, which they have acted on. The buildings are demolished and they are ready to build. The flooding is not from a waterway or a creek, but is overland flow. The site does not require a further catchment study, otherwise a DA would not have been approved. The approved building provides a flood storage area at the low point and upgrades to the drainage infrastructure, which delivers flood mitigation for the entire block. Upzoning this site to match the density proposed around it does not cause flooding issues, but simply allows for additional density. No further excavation work is required as the basement already provides more parking than what is required. It is logical to include the site in the proposed uplift along the Marion Street corridor now. The second item I am speaking to relates to 7 lots located at 35 to 39 Robert Street and 35 Pine Street, Marrickville. This site is outside of the housing investigation area. Our submission is to have the site included for uplift to allow multi-dwelling development, and this is based on it being a large private land holding of 2,500 square metres with 2 street frontages, which is in close proximity to Marrickville Road, Marrickville Station and a broad range of services. There is also the ability to provide a public benefit by way of a through site link connecting Robert Street to Pine Street and beyond that Livingston Road to Wardell Road. Multi-dwelling housing would allow for the consolidation of access and parking below ground, which enables a better planning outcome above ground. An R3 zoning would allow for an increase in height and FSR that is commensurate with the R3 land to the east on Livingston Road. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Margaret. We'll just remind you, as the Mayor said, there are planners here if you would like to go have a conversation about those site specific.
Thank you. I have made submissions on both those properties.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Dimitrios Thanos from Dulwich Hill. Mr. Thanos, are you here? Thank you. Mr. Thanos? No? Okay, we'll move to our next speaker, Eugenie Wilson of Ashfield. Thank you, Ms. Wilson.
Good evening, councillors, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to address you tonight. Like a couple of the previous speakers, I believe that the key aim of the Fiera Futures Plan, which is to make more affordable housing to young people, that this aim won't be achieved by simply building more units. Weekly rents of more than $650 and up to $850 are typical in suburbs like Ashfield, and the prices are up to $1 million in suburbs like Ashfield as well. It takes more than 13 years to save a 20% deposit of at least probably $150,000 at the moment to get a loan to buy a unit in the inner west. And if you're young and you have a student loan, you can't get a loan from a bank anyway. But at the moment, the average age of the first home buyer is 36. They're actually not young people that are able to afford these houses that are coming on for sale. And the people aged between 25 and 35, and a lot of the people here tonight who would like to have housing, are being and not being addressed by this plan. Their only hope is that the government will buy unsold units and release them for sale for affordable housing, as they've commented. It's been a comment in the Sydney Morning Herald today, but I don't believe that there will be very many unsold houses in this area once these new units are built. In a recent article in the real estate magazine The Domain, part of the Sydney Morning Herald, prospective buyers were being alerted to the hot property and booming real estate sales and investment opportunities in the inner west. Developers and real estate agents are gearing up for a windfall when the new units are released. The Domain article notes that cashed-up buyers are moving in from the eastern suburbs, where they have been priced out of the market in suburbs like Rose Bay, Double Bay and Bondi, and units like those described in the Fairer Futures plan are now selling within 2 weeks of being offered for sale. And I believe that when the new units go up, they will be also very, very hotly contested at auctions. Anyone who's been to an auction knows. These units are going to be built in prime real estate locations, close to public transport and services within easy access of Sydney's CBD, and they'll be snapped up by rich investors and rented at high prices beyond the reach of young people and low-income earners. Even the keenest first home buyers will find it hard to win out in fiercely competitive options. That's the prime thing that they say in auctions is, here is a great unit, a new unit, it's in prime land, it's close to transport, it's close to schools, get in now while you can, and that's what's going to happen. And I think a lot of the buyers will come from other units, other areas.
Please conclude your remarks.
Okay, so I believe that the cost to the heritage has to be looked at too, and I'm quite disappointed that members of the Labor Party and the Greens have been encouraging people to, or pressuring people to sell their houses.
Ms Wilson, we have to end there. Thank you so much for your contribution. The next person to speak is John Adamiak from Ashfield. Thank you, John.
Good evening to the Mayor and Councillors. My name is John Adamiak and I've lived in Ashfield for 43 years. Following my research into 33 Sydney Metropolitan Councils, for the inner west area, the government quoted by 2029 7,800 new homes. The government quoted by 2041 20,500 new homes, compared to the inner west proposal of 35,000 new homes. Most of the metropolitan councils have complied with the government quota, but not inner west. Their plan, sold under the guise of affordable housing for essential workers and young people, far exceeds government expectation by 70%, and I ask why. Currently, inner west ranks 5th in regard to density, while council's current proposal is further increasing the density, which includes rezoning in my area from a current 8.5 metres zoning up to 38 metres. 38 metres. Mosman Council propose to intensify housing growth around town centres and Military Road corridor while protecting residential areas from being rezoned. This stance is similar to Ku-ring-gai. This is in stark contrast to Inner West's plan of gross overdevelopment spilling into residential areas with rapid progress, to slash processing times in already well-developed suburbs of Ashfield and Marrickville. Consequently, I call on Council to place a moratorium on their plan and allow proper consultations with residents for a scaled-down proposal, concentrating the development on Parramatta Road, Hume Highway corridor, while protecting residential areas from being rezoned would be a starting point. Additionally, there are many examples of construction problems such as Opal Tower and Mascot Towers. Doesn't happen at home? Well, look at Ashfield Mall, constructed by a reputable builder Multiplex, with the mall having ongoing problems with water leakage, as noted in the Coles store, whereby garbage bins were placed in the aisles to collect rainwater. The government's solution to monitoring poor construction was to set up fair trading to regulate building practices and combat poor construction standards. A great step, however, not foolproof in eliminating construction faults, particularly given the rapid expansion being proposed. I would ask all councillors here today to examine their conscience. How would they like rezoning of up to 38 metres adjacent to their homes? Don't let the current proposal become a legacy which will change our area forever and not for the better. Don't give the developers a carte blanche licence to create an undesirable environment purely for profit, which results in a paltry 3% to affordable housing and 97% for investors and cashed-up home buyers.
We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Dan Conway from Marrickville. Dan Conway. Thanks, Dan.
Good evening, councillors and planners. And a big hi to all of our crew in the overflow room, wherever they are. Hey, and some here too. They came a long way and stood in the rain and they're now stuck out there. But anyway, hi, my name's Dan Conway and I represent Marrickville Town Square, a community group that's fast becoming a movement, seemingly. And we're excited about a brand new public space in the middle of our most bustling high street. It's in the plan and this is amazing. But we note in the council feedback report that people also have been concerned about car parking. So let's talk about that for a minute. Everyone likes their own car, but no one likes everyone else's cars. And because your car is vastly outnumbered by other people's cars, the net effect of cars on our communities is a negative. You don't stay in a place if it's surrounded by cars and traffic. No one goes, ooh, there's lots of traffic there, I want to stop and spend some time. Look at Parramatta Road. Cars are bad for small businesses. If you want to live in a nice neighbourhood, if you want people to come into a vibrant, bustling environment and people to spend money at the shops, you have to get the cars out of the centre of town. In the same way that shopping centres are very clever about making you park right on the very edge and make you walk past every single shop and cafe and restaurant, that's how you build a working, viable town centre. You need to leave the cars at the door. So reclaiming the centre of our neighbourhood will be good for people, good for community, and good for small businesses, for our local businesses. Another argument we sometimes hear is, yes, but Sydney is not Amsterdam. And we agree, it's not. But Amsterdam was not always Amsterdam. I was there as a 14-year-old and a big European family trip. And in 1985, it was choked with cars, like wildly, inconceivably dysfunctional city choked with cars. Yet today, Amsterdam is a jewel, safe, vibrant, prosperous. Who made it so? Ordinary residents fed up with the noise, the chaos and the danger. And we have the same chance right here, right now. People are waking up. Our movement is now thousands strong and growing every day. 10 more people overnight signed our petition. This is an idea whose time has come. And we, this movement, will back council in giving us what we deserve, Marrickville Town Square. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. Our next speaker is Cheryl Pommering from Petersham. Cheryl, are you here? Oh, you're online, Cheryl. Is Cheryl online? She is?
Yes, I'm here. Can you
Hi,
hear me?
Cheryl. Thank you so much for that.
That's
Head.
Firstly, as a resident of the Inner West for almost 50 years, I fully support the Fairer Future plan and commend Council for its foresight. I apologise in advance to everyone. This is a boring technical subject. I'll be brief. I'm speaking tonight on behalf of the owners of 9 and 11 New Canterbury Road and 15 to 19 Fisher Street, Petersham. As a group, we prepared a technical submission to support increased density for these properties. We see them as an ideal site to be developed. The site is totally unsuitable for traditional housing. We're thankful to Council for their consideration in this, but we have an aspect of concern which relates to the development incentives at 6.1.5, requiring a minimum street frontage of 35 metres on any street-facing boundary. It has the unintended effect of severely limiting development. Previously, the 35-metre requirement related to the primary frontage only. The amendment now excludes our site from incentives, undermining council-supported consolidation and risking site fragmentation. Our frontages are 37 and 30 metres. We question the purposes or benefit of this proposed amendment. Council's own feasibility testing concluded that densities greater than the FSR of 2.5 to 1 are generally required for viable development. Without access to incentive provisions, many sites will remain underdeveloped, contrary to Council's housing objectives. We respectfully request that Council revisit the proposed 35-metre frontage requirement or apply flexibility for sites that marginally fall short of the frontage requirement but can demonstrate high-quality design outcomes. On a personal note, I urge Council to further increase density and heights for sites that are unsuitable for single occupancy, particularly on the major and minor spines already identified. This can only reduce pressure on those areas where residents are resisting development. Thank you.
Thank you, Cheryl. Thanks for that contribution. And I'll just say, Cheryl, noting you're not here, if you wish to speak to one of the planning staff, they will be available from 9:30 a.m. to midday, both Wednesday and Thursday here at Ashfield Civic Centre. And I would just say that as a general comment to anyone here today with a site-specific concern or any of our fans listening at home. Our next speaker is Rachel Evans from Marrickville.
My name is Rachel Evans, she, her, them, they, and I'm speaking on behalf of Action for Public Housing. I live in a housing cooperative and pay 25% of my income on rent. This is a dignified amount of rent to pay. I've lived in the Inner West on and off for 15 years, and I oppose this plan because it will not solve the housing affordability crisis. 35,000 mostly private dwellings with only 3% affordable housing will only benefit developers. This plan is a slap in the face to the community. We are in an unprecedented housing crisis, with 10,000 people being made homeless every month. Rents went up almost $200 a week in Gadigal Country, Sydney last year. It's $650 a week for a two-bedroom apartment in Marrickville. If you want to buy it, it's up to $1.5 million. And affordable housing is not affordable. It's 80% of market rent. So that would be $500 for that two-bedroom Marrickville apartment. How is a single mum or casual worker able to afford this? The 2021 census clocked 2,500 people as experiencing homelessness in the Inner West, including people in overcrowded housing, temporary and boarding homes. This plan will not reduce rents for people suffering homelessness because it is a private build. And it's not a question of supply. They built hundreds of apartments in Zetland, many are empty, and for $1 million to buy one, not affordable. The 2021 census recorded 1 million homes empty every single night. It's not supply, it's a question of distribution. Our housing crisis is because privatising housing like hospitals and childcare fails the community. So selling off our public housing stock, turbocharging tax incentives for investors and letting Airbnb loose on communities has commodified housing and has led us to this situation. It's not migrants or students from overseas to blame. It's property investors and their governments. To deliver genuine housing affordability, we need a mass, beautiful, public and cooperative housing build. In Vienna, Austria, 60% of the people live in well-maintained public and council housing with community pools, libraries, doctors' clinics in pristine complexes. Currently, there are only 2,500 public housing dwellings in the inner west, making up only 3.5% of renting households. This is paltry. We need a new plan based on community need, not corporate greed. We need more housing, but for people, not for profit. It can be built on council and public lands. We demand you scrap this plan. We are building a powerful movement against it. Over 200 people rallied today. 400 met 3 weeks ago. Better Futures Coalition and Action for Public Housing will rally next week before your council meeting vote. History is on our side. Houses for people, not for profit. Scrap this plan. Rachel Evans, Action for Public Housing.
Thank you, Rachel. Our next speaker is Timothy Flett from North Willoughby.
Thank you, councillors. I'll be very brief. We did make a submission. I'm here on behalf of my brother and his family, residents of 3 David Street, within the Heritage Conservation Area. And I understand that they have been in contact with some of the other residents within the HCA. We made a submission, and the response to that submission is largely positive as far as myself and my brother's family are concerned. One aspect which we did want to raise, and this was in relation to the adjoining properties, as in adjoining the Heritage Conservation Area on Marrickville Road, in particular 408 and 410, that we felt that in the original submission that the interface on that was very important. Council's planners have responded to that, and my only lingering concern is the bonus height, not foot-base floor space ratio, not base height, and not base floor space ratio, but the bonus height. We think that should be treated as a deferred matter because it relates to site amalgamation, and it's very difficult at this stage knowing what the effect of that bonus height would be on an amalgamated site. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Timothy. That's a very detailed submission, and we really appreciate the opportunity to hear it. I would again encourage you to speak to one of our planners here if you have time. Thank you so much. Our next speaker is Benjamin Cullen from Stanmore. Thanks, Benjamin.
Good evening, all. I'm here tonight in strong support of the Fairer Future Plan. We all know Sydney is in the middle of a housing crisis. Rents are rising, buying feels impossible for so many that call Sydney home. And too often we see friends and family have to leave Sydney because they simply can't afford it anymore. I've seen this personally. 3 close friends with their families have left Sydney. They didn't want to. They just simply could not afford it anymore. The Fairer Future Plan offers a better approach to this problem. It increases housing density in the right places, near transport corridors, town centres, schools and shops. That means less reliance on cars and no need to push development onto Sydney's fragile bushland at the fringe. This isn't about uncontrolled growth, it's about thoughtful planning, good design, more affordable housing and green spaces. It's about vibrancy. When people live near our high streets, they support local businesses. They make our neighbourhoods lively and connected again. And above all, this is about fairness. Fairness for workers, for families, for young people hoping to buy, and for older residents that are wanting to downsize here, not far away. Housing affordability is one of our greatest challenges. The Fairer Future Plan is a practical, fair and community-led solution. I urge you to support it for us and for the generations who deserve to call Sydney home. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Benjamin. Our next speaker is Andrea Leong from Marrickville. Sorry, Andrea.
Thank you and good evening everyone. My name's Andrea Leong. I volunteer with Marrickville Town Square and Better Renting, but I'm here in my capacity as an individual. I've lived in Marrickville for 10 years and I love it. I'm incredibly lucky to rent in an apartment a few minutes walk from Marrickville Station. I walk past a large dilapidated block on my way to the station. Isn't that weird? I often worry that my landlord will decide to stop renting out the apartment that I call home. When that happens, I cannot afford to move anywhere nearby and there is nowhere to go. It's a matter of time until I have to leave my community, as some of my friends have done, due to rising rents. I support the Fairer Future plan even though I don't think it's perfect. I believe the risks associated with going ahead are less than the risks of rejecting the plan, which would imply going back to the drawing board for more years and years of planning and doing very little. From what I can see, opposition to the plan is based on two fears mainly. One, the fear of tall buildings, and two, a fear of greedy developers. As a renter, neither of these are high on my list of concerns. I don't fear tall buildings being built next door. I fear being priced out when my landlord decides to stop renting my home to me. I've never felt that I should have a say over what my neighbour builds, and if a developer makes money building a home that I can live in, that's neither here nor there for me. But I hear that profit is a great motivator, and all the public housing that should be getting built would presumably be motivated if the state and federal governments would pay builders to build homes. Now, council can't change the busted tax treatment of invested properties, but it can make representations to the government to build homes, public homes, in the inner west. And these representations would have maximum credibility if the council can also say, here are the places where you can build to the sky. Our suburbs are weirdly sparse. We desperately need more people to vitalise the inner west, to save Marrickville from stagnation. We desperately need more homes near stations. That's good for people and good for the environment, letting us not be reliant on cars. I actually sold my car when I moved into Marrickville. It's easy to oppose change. It's difficult to embrace uncertainty and say, the plan's not perfect, but let's start working in that direction. If we wait until we draft a plan that everyone thinks is perfect, we'll be waiting forever. We don't have forever. We don't have another day. Our communities are drifting away. Please support the Fairer Future plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrea. Our next speaker is Heather Davey, who is also from Marrickville. Thank you, Heather.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I've lived in Marrickville for more than 40 years and I've seen many demographic changes and have welcomed the influx of young people and their families. Sadly, with the Fairer Futures proposal, I fear for the loss of character, diversity and soul of the community that we love to live in. I'm going to talk about fairness. It's so unfair on so many fronts, but I'll start with the young people it's designed to help. It gives them false hope that there will be lots of more affordable housing for them to buy and rent. With only 2% requirement for affordable housing for rentals, it's not acceptable and it's unfair. It's not fair that there will be no cheaper houses to buy, only luxury apartments, and the bank of mum and dad will be needed more than ever. Only the rich will be able to buy. It's not fair for renters, many of whom are young people in service industries. In Ashfield, 51% of dwellings are rentals. In Marrickville, 47%. It's not fair that much of the current affordable rental housing stock will be lost, including boarding houses, public housing, old units and houses, and shop-top housing, which will be demolished for much more expensive rentals. It's not fair that Marrickville is carrying a huge share of the density uplift, 9,390 plus out of 31,000 dwellings. It's not fair to the people of the inner west. Why has council dramatically increased the share of the development from the TOD of 7,800 to 31,000? It's not fair to the thousands of displaced people, young and old, having their lives and livelihoods disrupted. It's not fair to the many local businesses who will have their business premises and livelihoods demolished along Illawarra Road and Marrickville Road all the way to Dulwich Hill. With the loss of 3 public car parking areas in Marrickville, many businesses will just not be viable. It's not fair to the environment. Marrickville and Sydenham are already in the red on urban heat bank maps, and with the loss of tree canopy, verges, gardens, steep soil, there'll be more hard surfaces. This will be exacerbated. Councillors, it's not fair to your constituents who voted for you in good faith that you would undertake your civic duties in the best interests of the people of the Inner West. People voted for you knowing that there would be development, accepting that it was needed. They did not vote for the scale and extent of the Fairer Future proposals. I would ask that you all consider the unfairness and the huge detrimental social impact of these plans, which need to be carefully revised, and please amend them. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Heather. Our next speaker is Gary Chapman from Chapman Planning in Ultimo.
Thank you, Mayor, councillors. I'm here to address you on 2 sites. One is 359 to 365 Marrickville Road, Marrickville. It's identified as Key Site 6, and there is general support for the identification as a key site plus urban renewal. The issues that we raise with that site is we think there's an alternative scheme that should be looked at. We've spoken with the planners tonight, which was helpful. In saying that, they've had over 3,000 submissions to deal with. We think further consideration of this site needs to be undertaken to achieve the actual redevelopment of the land. The submission we made identified over 1,000 square metres of public open space, about 1,300. 1,000's identified in Key 6. It also identified development on the corner of Marrickville Road and Woodbury, and then staggering down to the lower density of the rear. It's been identified or worked through with consultation with the people or the owners identified in Key Site 6, and those people willing to become involved in development of their properties. So in other words, it's an opportunity to start development, whereas the broader key site may not happen. What I guess we're asking for, obviously, for this submission to be on the record, but potentially deferral of Key Site 6 for further work to be undertaken. The architect that's worked on the concept for this site in the submission will follow me, and he can describe it better than I can in terms of the design outcomes for the site. The second site that I want to address you on is 369 to 375 Parramatta Road, Leichhardt. And look, it's potentially been taken out of your hands, I think, unfortunately, with the recent state government-led planning proposal. But all I'd ask for is on the record tonight is stage 1, this site, was identified or is identified in stage 1 of the Parramatta Road strategy. A planning proposal has been done. The work's been done on this site for 3:1 FSR and 23.5 metre height limit. This is the location just next to Norton Street, buses down Parramatta Road, that density should be going to potentially eliminate some of the conflicts and those interface issues. If you get the opportunity, we'd ask the councillors to press the state government to continue with stage 1 planning proposal that was actually meant to be finalised in July last year. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Gary. Our next speaker is Con Woodsumis of Earlwood.
Good evening, councillors and planners. Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Con Woodsumis, architect, and following on from Gary's introduction regarding key site number 6 on the corner of Marrickville Road and Woodbury Street, we have actually representing sort of 3 of the owners on that key site, and others who have spoken to, who expressed concern about the size and scale of key site 6 and the location of the park. We propose an alternative that spreads the uplift and the park across more properties and allow development on smaller packages of lots. We have made a submission and know that Council have considered some of the aspects of this alternative. However, the key aspects we believe have not, but those could be looked at to be making the solution here more visible so as to deliver park and some form of development. The park as it's currently presented is facing south, and the proposed buildings are shown to be quite set quite closely. The key points of our alternative is to propose a smaller amalgamation of sites that can more easily fit along what is proposed on Marrickville Road, and not put too much density and height onto only a few. Proposed park is shaded, and our proposal is to sort of make it more central and shared, and to provide more separation between buildings and have access to greater sunlight. The model could also be reflected on other blocks that can deliver more open space and building separation, and always ensure that built environments basically have more tree canopy and less heat islands. Having taller buildings along Marrickville Road and tapering down towards the north where the smaller houses eventually occur will allow more solar access and opportunities also for frontage along Marrickville Road to have commercial shops that also service the residents. As identified by Gary, we are hoping to have a more detailed discussion on the scheme as this has been developed with the owners and have their support rather than what's proposed. Thank you very much, and hopefully we could hear more from you. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Con. Our next speaker is Steve Salmon of Marrickville.
Mayor, councillors and planners, I wish to speak to you regarding the personal impact your rezoning of the area south of Dulwich Hill Station is having on me and my family. I'm asking you for the recent heritage listing on 13 Beecham Street, Marrickville, to be lifted. We are parents in our 60s who have lived in Marrickville for over 40 years. And I'm a humble pathology courier driver, and my wife is an accounts clerk with a charity caring for cancer providers. We have 3 children. One's in their early 20s, one is a second-year paramedic, another one is a third-year high school teaching student, and our third is a STEM uni student juggling casual work. This is not uncommon, I know, but we are true Marrickville believers. We love this place and are proud of our contributions to creating the beautiful community it is today. Just 7 or 8 years ago, Council placed a local heritage listing on our home. The reasons for this were not explained to me, nor was I included in this decision or my home visited. When I called the Council and was instructed that I had missed the deadline for comment, my instincts told me that heritage, being a long-term planning tool to protect the character of our precinct, sort of aligned with my way of thinking. And I had a sense of assurance that my neighbourhood was respected, valued and being cared for by our local authorities. Our family life continued. Today, this has all been turned upside down by the Fairer Future Plan. Our precinct that just 7 or 8 years ago warranted a heritage listing for its protection has flipped and is now rezoned for high density. And our block is destined for isolation and deemed sterile within a sea of high-rise apartments. None of the other houses in our precinct, many of which are arguably better examples of Federation architecture, are heritage listed. This has placed us in such an uncomfortable and invidious position that our optimistic future has been removed. None of this is of our doing. It has all happened around us, and we have simply gone about our daily lives. Lifting heritage will at least show us that you are listening, care and understand how one household should not bear such a disproportionate cost for these rezoning decisions. I'm therefore asking you to take a seat at this table of consequence and appreciate that the only stated reason for listing our host just 7 or 8 years ago is, and I quote, location within a substantial garden setting. Now that there is no garden setting, there remains therefore no reasons to retain its heritage listing. My request is to remove the heritage listing from my home. Thank you very much for your opportunity to speak to you tonight.
Thanks very much, Steve. Our next speaker is Bryce Carr of Newtown.
G'day. Thanks everyone for coming. It's good we all care about our community, and I hope we'll all be happy in the end. I've heard plenty of examples where people have been against densification, but once it's happened and the benefits flow through, they've ended up quite glad about it. So I hope that story repeats here. I'll stop banging on the table, sorry about that. Here's the short version. I support enacting the plan without delay. Upzoning works. Big tall apartment buildings save the bush and the climate. The report's reasoning for excluding Newtown from upzoning is silly, and please God, give me some leverage over my landlord. I'm paying an irresponsible amount of money for the privilege of living here. I consider myself a YIMBY, but that hasn't always been the case. A few years ago, I found myself writing a submission opposing a 2-storey boarding house about a minute's walk from Banksia train station because I thought it would impact street parking. On reflection, I really opposed it because I wanted to get involved in my local community, and when I looked at the local Facebook group, fighting developments is what everyone else was doing. Nowadays, thank goodness, I contribute by helping care for a little reserve over in Glebe. I recommend it. Jump on the council's website, find a bush care group, it's a lovely time. I'm sure you're all familiar at this point with the international evidence supporting upzoning and supply, so I won't dwell on it. I will say I had a beer with a guy from Auckland a couple of weeks ago, and I asked him how the Auckland unitary plan affected him. He said he's living in a nice place, like me, 20 minutes bus ride from the CBD, like me, and his rent hasn't gone up in 3 years. Councillors, I want that for myself. My entire pay rise was eaten up by my last rent increase, so I've cut back spending at local businesses. My other big motivation for supporting this kind of thing is I'm a tree-hugging, Greens voting environmentalist, and I want us to stop raising bush and farmland to build horrible new car-dependent suburbs because people can't afford to live here where all the nice stuff is. Every new apartment building saves a big chunk of land from being torn up and covered in yank suburbia. That's bushland that can support native wildlife and sequester carbon. That's farmland that could one day be regenerated. Would the last chlamydia-free koala population be under threat out near Appin if we hadn't spent the last several decades railing against tall buildings in the city? That's not to mention the emissions avoided when people can walk, bus, bike or train instead of driving everywhere. I want as many cars as possible off the road. I want as many people as possible enjoying the life that I do, and dense city housing is how you do it. With that in mind, I commend the council's focus on maximising the number of viable projects via increased height limits near public transport. I do have one critique. The engagement report says Newtown, where I live, wasn't upzoned due to the small width and depth of the lots. Fair enough, that does make things harder, but further up in response to item 5151, it excuses a frontage restriction by saying while it may make development more challenging, it does not preclude it. I think you should apply that same principle to Newtown's lot sizes. Let developers try, and if they can't make it work, oh well. It seems a bit wild to just decide what's viable when we've got a whole industry who'd like to spend their own resources giving it a go. But let's not waste any more time. Enact the plan first, upzone Newtown next. That's all. Thanks for your time.
Thanks very much, Bryce. I'll note that the council has already resolved to undertake stage 2 of the Fairer Future Plan in line with your request. Our next speaker is Rob Beckett of Marrickville.
I just wanted to take a moment to reflect before I start that despite our differences of opinion, most of us are here because we care deeply about the Inner West and its future. And I would just implore people to keep this in mind when others are speaking. Good evening, councillors. I'm the son of immigrant parents and grew up in social housing in a poor working class family. I was the first in my family to go to uni, got a good job and worked hard. As a result, I'm lucky enough to be a homeowner in Marrickville, but I'm abundantly aware that if I was born 5 years later, I probably wouldn't be so lucky. I'm here to support the Fairer Futures plan. Council's plan is pragmatic and considered, spreading density more evenly across the LGA than the alternative transport-oriented development. This is thoughtful urban planning. Like any proposal of this size and scale, there are a diverse range of community views. I know that there are genuine concerns in the community about the proposed changes. I've heard the calls for infrastructure first and density second. And look, in a perfect world, I'd agree, but we aren't in a perfect world. We need urgent action, not perfect action. It bears repeating that we're in the middle of a cost of living crisis driven by a lack of housing. Life has never been tougher for young people who are leaving Sydney in droves. Last year alone, Sydney had a net loss of 35,000 young people despite the increase to the overall population. Council is doing what it can within its power to address this. We have a choice. We can choose to encourage housing to give young people a go, or we can drag our feet and watch the inner west become a retirement village for wealthy empty nesters like Mossman or Haberfield. It's the diversity of people that makes the inner west so great, not the bricks and mortar, and this is what we should be fighting for. Maintaining the inner west as a diverse, vibrant area where young families and essential workers can still afford to live. This is why I moved here. I'd also like to address parking concerns. Yes, parking is a finite resource that needs better management, but the truth is that preventing development to save a few car spaces benefits very few. Council's plan encourages housing that isn't car dependent. It introducing residential parking permits for existing homes would further lessen impacts. Higher density is best served by a well-connected active transport network. I'd urge councillors to note the overwhelming community support for active transport and encourage council to prioritise investment in separated cycleways to give people an alternative to driving, further alleviating traffic concerns. The Fairer Futures plan is bold, but it's desperately needed. It's our best chance of ensuring that in 20 years, the Inner West is still home to a vibrant and diverse community and a diverse culture that we all value. We can't let perfect be the enemy of good. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Rob. Our next speaker is John Stamoulis from Balmain.
Mr Mayor, councillors, the Inner West has the fourth highest density of all 125 councils in New South Wales. So why are we being asked to take on the biggest dwelling targets in New South Wales and possibly in Australia? This is a national housing crisis. Why has the Inner West Council proposed targets way above the housing supply targets set by state government? Council proposes a ridiculous 31,000 dwellings in Phase 1, up to 5,000 in the Bays precinct, and that's only part of Phase 2, and then a further Labor Party announcement of 8,000 dwellings along Parramatta Road. But let's look at your own engagement report that we've all read. Your engagement report is saying to us that there's an overwhelming level of opposition to Fairer Future. Look at your own report. This plan should be scrapped due to widespread community concern as detailed in your own report. When Council asked the community how the plan could be improved, we said that building heights and density must be reduced. Over 3/4 of the people in your survey responded to this. Over 3/4 of them responded to building heights, and they said to reduce them. That is 84% of the people who responded to that particular question or that particular option wanted heights and densities reduced. Council has taken no notice. A big 70% reported an answer to the question on the scale of the housing uplift. 70% responded to that, with 85% of those saying the uplift was too big. This is in your own report, it's your own data and your own survey. Yet Council is adding even more development, 8,000 more on Parramatta Road, not reducing it. Pressure on infrastructure and the lack of open space are major concerns as shown in your own survey. These concerns are ignored by Council. More green space is a priority for our community. That's said in your own survey. Especially sports users are saying this. Affordable housing is detailed as a community priority in Council's survey, but Council has produced one of the lowest targets we will ever see. The impact. Your own data and survey show that Council does not have the support of its community to proceed with the plan as it is now. It should be scrapped. Our community are also increasingly concerned that state Labor has taken over planning in the Inner West and Inner West Labor is doing what it is told. The close connection between state government and Inner West councillors is a problem, and I see it as a conflict, especially in relation to something like the massive developer-led Fairer Future. How can local councillors who work for the Premier, state ministers and MPs separate these responsibilities and start working for our community? We need local representation. We do not need employees of state MPs on our council. Thank you.
We had an election last October to determine who were the representatives on the council, John.
People didn't know who they were.
Okay, the next speaker is Cassidy Newman of Rozelle.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Council. I've worked, studied and grown up in the Inner West over the past 20 years. I love the sense of community and the diversity in this area, but I'm worried that soon enough people will be driven out due to rising rent prices and not enough being done to solve the housing crisis. The Fairer Future Plan is a real, practical approach towards beginning to attempt to solve this crisis, developed by independent planning experts and economists and creating opportunities for young people, families and businesses. There are flaws in this plan for sure, but something is needed to be done, and it needs to be done as soon as possible. Independent analysis from Atlas Economics shows that achieving just 10% not-for-profit housing within private developments would require a much larger scale of development, up to 40 stories on main streets. The plan for up to 30% is absurd and will lead to skyscrapers all over the Inner West, removing all character from this beautiful community, and not to mention the subsidy of millions of dollars of public money to private developers. There should not be a choice between skyscrapers everywhere or doing nothing at all to fix the housing crisis. The Fairer Future Plan is a sensible and practical approach that will protect the heritage and character of the Inner West, whilst providing desperately needed new homes so that this community can continue to thrive. I have friends in share houses in areas such as Marrickville and Dulwich Hill who are currently considering moving further away because they simply cannot afford to live here anymore. It should not be this way, and I urge all councillors to support this plan as the first key step towards solving the housing crisis, as nothing happens if nothing happens. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Cassidy. The next speaker is Greg Cheetham of Marrickville.
Mayor, councillors, thank you for the opportunity. We first heard about the Fairer Futures Plan when a real estate agent called us and said, we can double the price of your home. That's a real problem if you don't hear from your own councillors before you do the developers. As it says, the plan targets 35,000 new homes via major rezoning, focusing on medium projects that threaten the very character of Woodbury Street, where I live, and Marrickville in general. The heritage assessments that seem to have been done are superficial and seem to have been done using drive-by assessment. It risks the loss of what made Marrickville a top 10 suburb in the world in 2020. You're going to destroy that. High-rise overdevelopment has damaged reputations in all of those other suburbs. Mascot, Olympic Park, Castle Hill. Similar risks exist in Marrickville, where developers seek to maximise profits at the expense of standards. The density increases, as everybody else has acknowledged, far exceeds the New South Wales government targets, and that's alarming to many residents. My own site, Key Site 6, Woodbury Street. I live at number 2 Woodbury Street. I can tell you that not all the residents affected by Key Site 6, Key Site 6 Part 2, agree with high-rise developments. They don't necessarily agree with the re-proposed plans from the other architects and developers. They don't. In fact, when we complained to council, it was a 15-storey tower that we were complaining about, halfway between Marrickville and Dulwich Hill, outside of the 800 metres from a transport hub. 15 stories has been reduced, gee thanks, to 12 stories. When we pointed out that the development couldn't go ahead because the adjoining lots were not 800 square metres, what did they do? They amalgamated 3 more properties to be included in there with a second tower exceeding 10 floors. So not only is Quayside 6 now a 12-storey, but it's 2 towers altogether. Totally inappropriate for the area. Totally inappropriate for the area. People have mentioned the infrastructure and the schooling. Well, I'm just going to say one thing because my time's about to finish. Councillors, remember you're elected officials. No decision that you make can't be overturned. And the population of 75% have said no to the Fairer Futures plan. They may say no to your re-election too. All the best.
The next speaker is Mark Skelsey of Dulwich Hill.
I thank Council for undertaking the difficult task of updating planning controls and delivering new housing to Dulwich Hill, while at the same time trying to replace the unwanted transport-oriented development controls. The plan has exhibited at least attempts a coherent way to introduce density, including retaining some heritage, instead of the Todd's blunt and destructive jam jar approach to planning in a 400-metre radius around Dulwich Hill Station. In addition, at least the communities had the opportunity to comment on the plan, as it didn't with the Todds. However, I think there's many aspects of the Council's plan which are also an issue and which the community feedback appears to have been ignored. Here's a few examples. The proposed reduction in affordable housing contributions raises the concern that this plan will simply accelerate the redevelopment of existing affordable housing sites, such as older unit blocks or homes with rooms or self-contained flatettes, into expensive market-priced housing, and this could deliver a net loss of affordable housing on these sites, which is a very concerning possibility for local vulnerable community members. Even now, as the plan's about to be approved, there is no certainty as what its outcome will be on a net scale with affordable housing. The open space implications of the plan are also very concerning. 4,245 new dwellings at Dulwich Hill, just 3,720 square metres of new open space, representing a carpet tile for each new resident with open space. This is likely to increase pressure on Dulwich Hill's existing open space, which the latest publicly available study shows was only a third of the council's benchmark. Equally concerning is the potential for all our public car parking to be lost as part of car park development. Both our car parks, Loftus Street and Seaview Street, are in the firing line to be developed. There's no guarantee that parking will be retained, and we're the only centre which could face losing all of our car parks. We need a site-specific provision in this LEP retaining public car parking to support our local businesses, which play a huge crucial role in our community. And I'm not aware of any other council in Sydney that's just simply got rid of its car parking as part of car parking development. The removal of a section of Wilga Avenue at Dulwich Hill, the Heritage Conservation Area, doesn't seem to be about any basis, and as well the consultant's report recommends exactly the opposite, that it's retained and does not represent good planning. And even now tonight we've got a report on infrastructure which is saying we're going to start planning for infrastructure 18 months after the Todds. So this is not a plan for development. This is a plan for development, but not for infrastructure to support development. And there retains some very severe interface issues, some of which were heard of tonight, between, say, Hercules Street in Dulwich Hill. This is an some of these problems come from the over-concentration of this plan and its over-reliance on private development and not enough council investment into our area. Thank you.
Thanks, Mark. The next speaker is Mary Louise Doody Herman of Leichhardt.
Hi there. Can everybody see and hear me? Okay, good. Let me give the audience a timeline. May 2024, Council votes to present broad planning principles to the community for feedback. They include increased density around town centres, train and light rail stations, and incentives for developers to amalgamate lots. One document provided to inform those responses is the Inner West Snapshot from the New South Wales Department of Planning. We are to build 7,800 homes by 2029. So the context for that community feedback is 7,800 new homes over 5 years. I repeat, 7,800. October 2024, Council publishes its engagement report. There is broad community agreement. The principles acknowledge place-based planning and are socially responsible, reflecting who we are in the Inner West. The community anticipate a better outcome than Todd. May 2025, Council puts Fairer Future on exhibition. Now, over 15 years, there are 31,000 homes in Stage 1, 3,000 to 5,000 in Stage 2, and now a further 8,000 along Parramatta Road. That's minimum 44,000 homes in total. We have been completely ambushed by our own good intentions. In 2024, 70% of council survey respondents raised their concern about open and recreational spaces. In 2025, it's 80%. That is a very clear caveat. Yes, we agree to these planning principles, but only if accompanied by more open and recreational spaces. But there is not one new park or playing field in Fairer Future. When close to 80,000 new people move here, they will have less than a tiny square of open space per person. We did not support that dismal future for ourselves or for new arrivals to our community. Since the merger, Council has gained a reputation for not listening to its community. It's happening again. In Council's latest engagement report, their own figures show us that over 80% of this community do not support the increased heights or densities of Fairer Future. Any assertion that Fairer Future has broad community support is deceitful. I find it not only appalling but completely absurd that our mayor constantly accuses his community of NIMBYism when we already live in the fourth densest of all 125 council areas in New South Wales. And I fail to see how it is NIMBY to apply a critical analysis to a plan that will determine the future of the Inner West for decades. We cannot argue state and federal government policy here. What we can argue is proper place-based planning that respects the essential qualities of our neighbourhoods and maintains community networks. We can argue for access to open space to avoid poor mental health and physical health outcomes that will cost millions down the track. We can argue for more public housing. We can argue for more family-friendly housing. And we can argue for more affordable housing. We can argue against the highest zoning uplift in the state that results in massive demolition of existing housing, none of it serving to ease the housing affordability crisis. And we can question the probity of councillors working for state government while developing Fairer Future. The private developer-led Fairer Future betrays its community and the promises it makes of affordable housing to young people, families and essential workers who will indeed possibly be forced to leave the Inner West in droves. Mayor Byrne, we are not YIMBY, we are BIMBY, better in my backyard. Councillors, we want to see a better plan than Fairer Future and we demand,
I'll ask you to conclude your remarks, please.
Meaningful involvement in its development.
For that.
Thank you.
I'll just say simply that I don't agree with the characterisation of my attitude towards the community or my public remarks.
Mayor Byrne, you said it in public.
The next speaker, I refute that. Our next speaker is Dominic Behrens of Rushcutters Bay.
Good evening. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak today in favour of the Fair Future Plan. Until very recently, I lived in the Inner West and I hope to return one day if I'm able to afford to do so. Professionally, I'm an economist specialising in housing policy, so I bring some...
I'll ask again respectfully that all speakers be heard in silence.
Professionally, I am an economist specialising in housing policy, so I bring some expertise to this discussion, which I hope to share with you this evening. I support this plan because it will make housing cheaper in the Inner West. Put frankly, to deny that building more homes lowers housing costs is comparable to denying that emitting carbon dioxide causes climate change. This is the view of an overwhelming majority of experts from across the political spectrum and decades of careful empirical research. I can cite you dozens of high-quality papers confirming this finding in cities across the world. To be sure, as with all issues, there are fringe academics and policy advocates who claim to have uncovered that decades of careful research are in fact all a scam or a conspiracy. I hope that those of you who see through these contrarian figures in the context of climate change do not listen to them in the context of housing because they are telling you what you want to hear. The reason that building new homes make housing cheaper is simple. Everyone who moves into a new home isn't competing with the rest of us for ones that already exist. You've heard tonight that many of the newly built units will be expensive. I don't doubt that will be true. However, ask yourself, if there are thousands of people who are willing to pay well over $1 million for a new apartment in the Inner West, what happens if we don't build a new home for them? Do they give up their hopes to live in this vibrant community? No. Instead, they and their millions of dollars join the queue at an inspection for an older home, bidding up its price and making it more expensive, pricing someone less fortunate out of that home. Put another way, when we build a new home, a wealthy person does not appear out of nowhere to move into it, but instead is no longer competing with everyone else. This mechanism is simple and intuitive, and I cannot emphasize enough to you the extent to which it is backed by decades of careful empirical research. Several speakers tonight have contested this evidence by arguing that planning does not constrain development. That is wrong. But even if we accept that argument, that means that this plan will not result in any of the problems that those same people opposed have raised tonight, and there is no reason to oppose it. The plan is a good one. The places identified are well served by public transport, allowing fewer people to drive and reducing emissions. Every home we build in Marrickville is one we no longer need to raise koala habitat to build in Appin. It represents the right homes in the right locations and is good planning and good economics. Council has limited levers available to it in the fight against the housing crisis. There are no silver bullets, but planning is the biggest bullet available to you. When you vote on this plan, you're choosing whether to make the housing crisis worse or make it better. Mayor Byrne, you mentioned earlier today that this is the most young people you ever heard speak at a council meeting. That is because young people are at the coalface of the housing crisis, and we are sick and tired of politicians like you listening to people who bought houses 30 years ago over the evidence and the interests of people like us. I urge you to listen to young people and listen to the evidence when you make your vote and make the inner west a more affordable place. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Dominic. The next speaker is Morris Hannah of Marrickville.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Councillor. Everyone know, of course, how good is Marrickville Road. We still, as always repeat, we still got the butcher, we still got the fish shop, we still got the delicatessen, we still got the hairdresser, not like other shopping strip, which they only work in the night. The way you're taking now in your proposal to take the two car park from Marrickville Road and Delaware Road, it's mean you're going to destroy Marrickville Road and Delaware Road. Our opposition, which is the Metro, they got 1,400 car park. It's mean you sending the people to the Metro instead of keeping it in Marrickville Road and Delaware Road. We already have we pay high rate to the council. We one of the highest rate you can see. Look with all different councils and see how much the shops paying rate in inner west council than the other. To make the car park turn into affordable houses, how many apartments you will gain? It's not going to fix your problem, but instead you're going to destroy your shopping street. You're going to take a lot of employment, because most of the people which they got shop in Marrickville Road, they employ local residents. But with what you're doing, you're going to destroy both of them. And for the last thing, please, and I say to you, please, just leave the two car park in Marrickville Road how they are. Don't destroy Marrickville Road and Delaware Road. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Morris. The next speaker is Joan Westenberg of Summerhill.
Build, baby, build. That's the motto, isn't it? Build, baby, build. And why stop at 5 stories? Why stop at 6 stories? Why stop at 7? Why stop at 20? It has been a lifelong dream of mine to one day live in New York, to live in Manhattan. And I think we can take a shortcut and just build it right here in the inner west. I believe it is entirely propaganda to think that children need sunlight to grow. Shade is good for us. It protects us from UV rays. It is propaganda to think that children need backyards to play in. We all know it's a good thing that backyards are solely the purview of retirees with no children. And of course I jest. It is astonishing to me how this entire meeting has gone by with barely a mention of the word home. And we call it a housing crisis because it's not a home crisis, because we aren't worried about building homes. We are worried about building investment properties, and we are worried about expanding the great casino. Overall, this has nothing to do with creating livable domains or livable dwellings. And this is about creating shoeboxes, tiny 2-bedroom shoeboxes. And these are shoeboxes that I would challenge any developer building one or any politician wanting to vote for one to live in for a year. Because if you can live in one of these places for a year and then look me in the eye and tell me it's a damn good thing for you, I'll believe it's a damn good thing for me. And I'll pick up a hard hat and help you build it. As it is, I really don't believe that'll be the case. Move in, spend a year of your life living in these tiny apartments that you expect young people to be grateful for. You can't and you won't, nobody would. Now, I can't find it in me to speak either for or against a plan for the fair future, because so far I've yet to see one. And all I've seen is a plan to build a bigger casino, to install more pokie machines, and to expect the next generation to foot the bill and be grateful for it. And Council, you are being asked to do the dirty work of the state government, who are being asked to do the dirty work of the federal government, who, much like Pontius Pilate, would very much like to wash their hands of any and all responsibility for the cost of living in this country. Now, I don't have a political affiliation. I am neither NIMBY nor YIMBY, but let me ask you this. If we do away with our beloved backyards and the beloved hills hoist, how will any of our children play the iconic game of Goon of Fortune? Thank you.
Next speaker is Adam Trevorrow of Panania.
Hello, thank you for the chance to speak today. I think we all agree that the Inner West is a great place to live. One of those reasons is community. The Inner West queer community has helped many young people navigate sometimes an unfriendly world and enabled them to thrive, including myself in the past. I'm no longer a young person. We all know that Sydney is in a housing crisis, and this is just beyond the Inner West. I have good friends who have moved to share houses in places like Catherine Fields because they can't afford anything closer. If you don't know where Catherine Fields is, and you have ever taken a train to, say, Leppington, it's beyond Leppington and even further. This is far from their community, it's far from their friends, it's far from their support services, the clinics, and so on. I personally think it's ridiculous that we're building thousands of houses in places like Catherine Fields, or around Appin or Richmond, on farmland, on native habitat, far from jobs, from services, far from community, and where there's lots of cars. Those developments are not the answer. So I ask Council to think of these trade-offs. Yes, we need more schools. Yes, we need more public transport. We also need more housing, and we need it as soon as possible. I support the Council's plan for more housing near well-located near transit. I ask that Council work with the state to secure funding for more public housing too, be it in Ashfield by the train line, Marrickville by the metro, or Haberfield by the light rail. The Inner West is a great place to live, and let's let more people live here. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Adam. Our next speaker is Carolyn Smith of Marrickville.
Good evening. I'm very fortunate to have called Marrickville home for 20 years. I'm a member of Save Marrickville, and there was a time, Darcy, that we marched together down Marrickville Road. You might not recognise me, I had a loudspeaker that day. Matt, you also supported us, kindly printing out lots of things as we needed them, and we were grateful and we were united in furious agreement. Building in a flood zone is just silly. 17,000 targets, way too high. I could go on. Unfortunately, we're not so aligned now. I've heard don't let perfect be the enemy of good. But let's also not be doormats to developers. A plan that only focuses on one option, going up, won't work. $1 million units will not solve the housing crisis or likely be in reach of artists, students and new migrants, as was suggested by earlier speakers. It is a magical trickle-down thinking that says building more will create affordability. We are not dealing with Persian rugs. Developers don't sell anything at a loss. They don't have end-of-year sales, and they don't have any human rights obligations. The Inner West Council does have obligations, including making the Inner West a great place to live. Places like Lazy Bones make Marrickville great, not town squares in shadow. We have one simple request. Review this plan with affordability, infrastructure, environment, local businesses and sensible density in mind and present us with more options. The strength of Marrickville is that it's home for people like Greg, who met us at Addison Road one day when we were explaining to the community what fairer future meant because you hadn't. He, with tears in his eyes, told me that he felt like this plan was going to affect him. And he was going to have to move on again, even though he was a tradie who had, yes, mental health issues. It's not fair. He shared his shame, but it's not his shame. And we cried together because it's our shame. We want options for Greg and all others who can't afford $1 million unit. Audit vacant properties and make them available now. We are in a loneliness epidemic. We don't have enough care workers. We have thousands of people ageing in homes alone while others have no home to live in. Imagine if we matched them. Repair vacant, damaged social houses and release them now. Ban land banking. Consider subdividing, battle axe blocks, tax incentives, Airbnb
I'll
restrictions.
ask you to conclude your remarks.
Sure. More options means more availability now. Thank you.
The next speaker is Andrew Mara of Marrickville.
Thank you. I'm speaking today because I want my concerns on record. And you mentioned before this is the youngest crowd of speakers. I wonder if this is also the most speakers we've had from the Upper North Shore and eastern suburbs. Following the release of the Fairer Future Council report last week, I'm actually now certain that the people of the Inner West have had our concerns ignored, and we deserve an independent assessment of the Fairer Future Plan. What I've been seeing during the rollout of the Fairer Future Plan has made me question if this plan has ever been to serve us, the community. The updates released last week has just put a bold underline on that question. Scanning the community responses in the Master Survey Plan, section 4.2.1, shows a vast majority of the community have big concerns about this plan. Asked what positive outcomes the plan would bring, the second highest response was no positive outcomes. Other concerns, environmental impacts, parking, traffic, pressure on infrastructure and building heights have all been ignored. None of these have been taken into account. Even Sydney Water raised concerns over whether its own infrastructure for wastewater would handle the scale of development that's been proposed. But then the penny dropped. Why would my council, push so hard to double the state TOD targets when the community is so clearly against it? I actually believe that that answer sits within the report. Council's own projections of $520 million in developer contributions. Now tonight I've also heard or learned, I'm not too sure which, that some of the councillors have strong ties to the state government. If this is true, how on earth could the council ensure that the development of this plan was actually serving its constituents fairly, with integrity, and free from any influence from the state? In the private sector, where I'm from, the compliance department would be all over us, warning us of risks of conflict of interest. I believe that the Inner West community deserves the Fairer Future Plan to actually be independently and transparently assessed right now. If my words are ignored, and I fully believe they will be, because that checks out this whole process, at least I'll leave with hope. Hope in the knowledge that the community is now awake We are awake to this and we will seek change at the next election. Thank you.
Next speaker is Carmel Baker of Lewisham.
Can you hear me now? How do I? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Oh, right. Thank you very much. And thank you, Mayor and councillors. I first learnt about this from a neighbour who alerted me to this future fairer plan. I don't see how it's fairer, as has been pointed out by a number of people. The huge increase or uplift, if you like to use that word, that we in Inner West Council are having to take on, far more than we need to. Dulwich Hill yesterday had the most wonderful festival. I have seen Dulwich Hill change since 1986 enormously. It has become the most vibrant place. It has the most wonderful businesses. It has terrific outgoing in the centre, lots of shops, lots of businesses. These people, apart from providing good business, also provide wonderful service to the community. Without this hub of these wonderful businesses, once these giant skyscrapers go in, it's going to be absolutely ruinous, and Dulwich Hill will no longer be what it has striven for so long and become enormously wonderful. I'm also enormously concerned about, well, the size of these skyscrapers, as I call them, because I don't believe it's going to provide the income, the low-income people with accommodation. I think it truly is the people who are going to be benefiting most from this are the developers. I can't see any other wonderful benefit to the community. Give us some more green space, allow the business area. A gentleman before mentioned about having a Marrickville Square. Well, we don't need a Marrickville Square. We have got Dulwich Hill, or as it's fondly known as Dully Hill. Please reconsider this. Make the proposal some guarantee that it will benefit low-income people and people who need to be close to valuable sources like nurses and teachers and students. And let us still have a glorious place here. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Carmel. The next speaker is Anastasia Bennett of Leichhardt.
Thank you, Mayor and councillors. I've just got a couple of points. I asked the council honour its previous commitment to a 15% affordable housing mandate in major developments. I feel 2 to 3% does not go far enough to guarantee many meaningful outcomes for affordable housing. The current provisions are inadequate and unlikely to result in a significant increase in genuine affordable dwellings. My second ask is that Council recommits to their original plan to deliver 1,000 units of public housing, ensuring these homes are prioritised for essential workers and low to middle income residents who keep our community running but are being priced out. My third point is, in partnership with state government, with any increased housing reforms, we must include delivering timely upgrades to public transport connections, expanding bike and pedestrian networks, and ensuring adequate green spaces are preserved and or created before any increase in housing density is approved. My last point is to see protection of old housing estates such as the Excelsior and Allen Street subdivision conservation areas in Leichhardt. I haven't included other areas because obviously I'm from Leichhardt, everyone, so my apologies. But they should receive the same level of protection that is affordable to places like Balmain and Haberfield today. It is essential to preserve the character and heritage of this area. These homes are built in the late 1800s, and I urge Council to please protect certain homes in these areas that warrant protection, not mine. This is not about my home. Although I was born and bred in Balmain, my only lasting memories, living memories I should say, have been experienced by and shaped by my postcode of 2040 that I have been fortunate and proudly called home for more than 5 decades now. Emotional connections do not override my priorities, which are to provide future generations an option of real affordable housing that I feel the plan in its current state is only going to prioritise developers. Thanks.
Thanks, Anastasia. The next speaker is Julian Frunt of Petersham.
G'day, it feels like I'm addressing the Jedi High Council or something. It's crazy. Yeah, so I'm here. I'm not a NIMBY or a YIMBY. Don't really believe in that stuff. Think it's kind of just made up. I'm here as a as a concerned Inner West resident, a Labor Party member, and also a member of Labor for Ending Homelessness. So at Labor for Ending Homelessness, we don't really view the homelessness crisis as an isolated issue. We think it's an extreme expression of the larger housing affordability crisis, yeah? So we're laser focused in what I'm gonna say on affordability. And yeah, we did sit down with some planners, with some economists and a bunch of, I guess, citizen scientists, and we thoroughly reviewed the plan. And our assessment is that in its current state, it will not address meaningfully the affordability crisis in the Inner West. It just won't, right? I could go into more detail, but it's already been pretty eloquently expressed by other people. So there's a bunch of issues. The biggest among them, though, for me, is the affordability quota. It's been reduced down to 2 to 3%, which is just not enough. It's I understand it's based on econometrics, right? But as someone who has a bit of a background in economics, every economist will tell you that these models should be guidelines, not iron laws of physics. And also, on top of that, they can kind of say whatever you want them to, especially when you're paying someone to make them. So in our submission, Labor for Ending Homelessness, we asked for at least 15% affordability quotas. We also asked for 1,000 to stick to the 1,000 public homes that were promised. Now, the 15% affordability quota is actually in line with what Shelter's submission has asked for. They're a very respectable NGO. I don't think anyone would disagree with that. It's in line with what the City of Sydney is going to deliver and has committed to, 10%, I'll give it that. It's also what, as far as I can tell, having visited a bunch of the Labor branches and have spoken to local members, as far as I can tell, it's what people in the branches want as well. As far as I can tell, it's what people in the community want. But most importantly, it's actually also in line with what the council committed to. The council has actually committed to 10 to 15% affordable housing, and I want to know where that went. So basically, my ask would be that if you can't do 15% affordable quotas, then you really need to pause and reset this plan until you can figure out a solution. Thank you. That's Julian Frunt from the Labor Party. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Julian. Julian, the Code of Meeting Practice allows for councillors also to pose questions to members of the public who are addressing the meeting. I'd like to pose a question to you and then seek clarification from council officers in regards to the procurement of the economic advice. You're not required to answer it, but out of respectful debate, I'd like to put the question to you if that's okay.
Please.
Thank you. I'll ask the council officers in a moment to explain how the advice from Atlas Economics was procured. But what it does state is that on private development land, and this is published in the report, we're all familiar with it, on private development, on private land, in order to achieve 10% affordable housing, that a scale of a development on main streets would be required at 40 stories and on residential streets at 20 stories. Now, you may not agree with the advice, but that's the advice that's been independently provided to councillors. My question to you is, on that basis, do you support that scale of development to achieve 10% affordable housing?
Well, it's not a yes or no question. Can I go into a bit of detail, or do you want a yes or no?
Well, yes or no, would you support that scale of development if that was what was required?
Well, I'm not going to answer that because that's ridiculous.
That's fine. Okay, no problem. Now, I think this is important because obviously the integrity of the way that independent expert advice has been procured is crucial. Sorry, I'll ask you to desist from interjecting. And the suggestion's been made that, I think the assertion was made that you could pay for whatever advice that you wanted. So I'm going to ask the council officers just to briefly outline what independent process took place in order to procure the economic analysis that supports the plan, as well as the architectural advice. I'll put that to the Director of Planning.
Through you, Mayor, with respect to the land economists, there are not a large range of land economists from which this type of advice can be sought. So we relied on experts that have been used by the Department of Planning, as well as a number of other local governments to provide the affordability and feasibility analysis that appears at Appendix 4. With respect to the architectural and urban design advice, there are a broader range of organisations from which we can select that expertise, and that process was done through an open tender.
Thanks very much for that. And just for clarity, can I ask you to confirm that the procurement process for that independent advice was in adherence with the Local Government Act and was free from political interference?
That is the case.
Okay, thank you. And one last question. In relation to Atlas Economics, I encourage everyone to read their report. It's very educative. Atlas Economics also an agency that has been procured by the City of Sydney to inform their affordable housing policy?
20%. That's correct.
Okay, thank you for that. The next speaker is James Munch of Dulwich Hill.
And Shay, thanks.
Forgive me for the mispronunciation.
I am a member of the Labor Party, but I have nonetheless a few issues with these plans. I live in Dulwich Hill and my concerns relate specifically to it. I understand that we're in a housing crisis and that we need more housing now. I'm not against it, but development needs to be done well and should be fairly and evenly distributed. Otherwise, we will run into all sorts of congestive infrastructure and community problems. And my concerns with the current plans in my area are threefold. Public space. There seems very little consideration for additional public space in these plans. This is disappointing. Public space is extremely important for everyone's physical and mental health. Secondly, while local schools may not be at capacity presently, they soon will be with the addition of 4,000 plus residences, mostly, one must assume, young families. Not addressing this will force kids to travel and add traffic congestion and in fact require parents to have cars because they'll have to send them elsewhere out of the suburb. Which brings me to parking. Parking, permits or no permits, the addition of 4,200 residences in the area is undoubtedly going to create a parking nightmare for anyone who does not have off-street parking. School drop-offs will be a nightmare. Having had a child go through school in the area, it's already a problem. It's already a problem shopping at Dulwich Hill Village on a weekend, yet the Loftus Street car park and Seaview Street car parks are both earmarked for development. How are we going to shop in Dulwich Hill Village? This will adversely affect the feasibility of businesses in the village, send people to Coles and Woolworths at Marrickville Metro, shopping centres where they can park, and will completely change the nature of village life in our area. We have a housing crisis, but these are very real issues and are a direct result of the focus having clearly fallen too heavily on too few areas, and I request that the Council seek to correct this anomaly. Why is there no Haberfield, Balmain, or hardly Lilyfield or Rozelle, for example, to spread the load? Some speaking in support of these plans here tonight have spoken about NIMBYs, class, race and gatekeeping, while turning a blind eye to the fact that some of the most wealthy areas are quarantined. Sorry, but our resistance is not all about NIMBYism, it's about fairness too, and about not spreading the load more broadly, because sadly I don't see a plan for the entire Inner West. It's a plan for the likes of Dulwich Hill, Marrickville and Ashfield, and fails outright as a vision for the entire Inner West, which in good time this state government and our council will need to address. Indeed, you should be doing it now, and with the state government looking beyond the metro to better servicing transport needs of the whole Inner West. I ask the Council to make more of an effort to preserve the functionality of our suburb in relation to the infrastructure issues, schools, parking, public space, and consider the impact this has on our community. And I ask too why you have exceeded
James,
the
I'll ask you to
targets,
conclude your remarks.
exacerbating all these issues which comes at a great community cost.
The next speaker is Barbara McKellar of Dulwich Hill.
Good evening. My doodaddy here is quite different from everybody else's, because I want to talk about communication and the lack thereof. I felt very disappointed that we didn't get told a whole lot very often, and I felt more disappointed for my neighbours. I live in Dulwich Hill and I'm surrounded by people who speak Greek, Italian, Lebanese, Maltese, Macedonian. They got no information unless it was Barbara McKellar running around giving them information. These people are a vital part of our community. We all love Dulwich Hill. Everybody here tonight's talked about the Inner West. My neighbours love it too. What happened, Council? What happened to the communication? I feel very emotional about this because I worked my butt off as an old lady with grey hair, running around trying to tell people about what was going on. It's not good enough. Amen.
Thanks, Barbara. The next speaker is Sunny Wu of Ashfield.
Thank you for everyone's time tonight. I'm a local resident of Carlisle Street, Ashfield, and I fully support adding more housing in our area. But I understand that in the street number 50 to 60 Carlisle Street has been rezoned to R3 when I'm just a few doors down and it's not being included. I understand that from talking to the planners, there are some flood risk that potentially could make some impact to the northern side of Carlisle Street or any other nearby areas, and therefore my house is not included in the rezoning. But I would like to request the council to reconsider this because I contend that this is a manageable technical constraint that should be addressed at the development application stage, not through strategic zoning exclusion. The council has a comprehensive and robust framework for managing flood risk through development control plans, specifically the flood development control policy and the flood management guideline. These policies demonstrate that the council's established approach is to manage development on flood-prone land with specific design requirements, not to prohibit it entirely. And just a few days ago, I have just learned that my part of the Carlisle Street has been marked as the area of key areas that require additional local local character, protecting local character, which I don't quite understand why this sudden change. And I feel like there is, similar to the previous speaker, a bit of lack of communication. And I would suggest that we need more time to reconsider the plan. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sonny. Our next speaker is Jeffrey Samuel of Ashfield. Jeffrey, are you here? No? Okay, we will move to our next speaker, Louise Appel of Lilyfield. Thanks, Louise.
Thank you. Okay, thank you, councillors, very much. And just to begin, I stand before you tonight as a proud member of the Inner West community, and it's a community I've lived with and cherished for 40 years, and I'll always endeavour to tell the truth as I know it. And I am not, nor have I ever been, a member of a political party, and I dearly wish that the same could be said of the Inner West Council right now. I respect the work of political parties and I respect their ability to achieve genuine change and better outcomes through policy making and community consultation. At local council level, our elected representatives represent us, the constituents, the ratepayers who elected them. In the Inner West Council, in the Mayor's words, our council works closely with the state Labor government. More than that, as everyone in the gallery will know, the Inner West Council has become a Labor Party sub-branch, and no Labor councillor on the Inner West Council has voted as an individual in over 18 months. The Labor councillors on the Inner West, yes, I have read all the meeting minutes, by the way. The Labor councillors on Inner West Council have voted together to pass every single motion proposed by a Labor councillor since before May 2024, when they voted together on a motion under the planning reforms in the Inner West Council LEP. This was 12 months before the Fairer Futures plan was launched. They voted to support the New South Wales Government policy for 30% of all new housing on government-owned land to be maintained in perpetuity as public housing, setting a target of 1,000 or more new public housing dwellings to be delivered on state government and council-owned land, support for increased densities on main streets through shop-top housing in order to protect high-value heritage conservation areas from upzoning, and among other things. And next week, our majority of Labor councillors will vote into being the biggest change in housing density in over a period of 15 years, in New South Wales history, which is twice what the state government has asked us to do, as we all know now. And that includes no provision for public housing, no consideration for social housing, a reduction in affordable housing targets to 2%, and over $520 million in developer contributions to go back to the Inner West Council, among other things. Now, any amendments from the non-Labor side of the chamber will be voted down next week, and we all know that as well. The Fairer Futures plan will become the biggest political farce the Inner West has ever seen. We need more real housing for real people, real families, real communities, and we don't need overpriced apartments for the mega wealthy, which is what we are about to do. But we also want our council to know that as our elected representatives, they have undertaken to represent their community. And with everything that's happened, and we now know from the last 4 months, can you honestly say that that is what you're doing? And I am concluding them. We want a real council, not a state government Labor branch. We of the Inner West deserve a better future.
The next speaker is Mick O'Flynn from Marrickville. Is Mick here? Mick O'Flynn? Thanks, Mick.
Thank you, Council. My name is Mick. I live in Marrickville. I've lived here for 30 years. I really love Marrickville. I love its diversity. I love the fact that when we moved into Marrickville a long time ago, there was a whole diverse community there. There's still a very diverse community, but it's a different diversity, and I love that. I love the fact that it keeps changing. I know that where I live will be zoned for 6 and 8 story apartments. I don't like that idea, but I kind of accept that something has to happen. We do need more homes. I want there to be more homes in Marrickville, and I want there to be more homes in Marrickville for the stated public purpose that council put out there, which is to enable the people who currently live here to keep living here and to help young people get into homes. My concern is, so I want to talk about two things, primarily affordability, and if I don't run out of time, open space as well. My concern about affordability is that the way this whole debate about is it 2%, is it 3%, is it 5%, is it 15%, is it 30%, has bought into the notion of how we treat affordability. That percentage is for it's like a tax on developers, and the developers have said we can only afford 2% tax or 3% tax. It's a tax that then goes into that they have to either provide or pay for a community housing provider to rent homes to people on moderate or lower incomes. There is no operative provision in the plans, which is like a control or an incentive to provide affordable homes. The control, by control, I mean, for example, I think the council did a great job around family-friendly apartments. Minimum 20 to 40% of apartments in a block bigger than 6 have to be at least 3 bedrooms. That's a really good control. Whether the number's right or not, but it's a good attempt at a control. There are no similar types of controls around affordability. There are no controls that say 30% of the properties don't have marble bench tops. There are no controls. It's almost like there's been no attempt to do anything about affordability other than get away with the level of tax that will be possible. There's also no incentives. There's lots of incentives for developers on big sites or sites that provide thoroughfare, public realm thoroughfares. They're great. There are no incentives around providing affordable homes. So I think the whole idea of giving the sky to the developers and hoping you'll get a public policy return has not been done well enough. There is not enough controls, incentives or other rules to make the developments be more likely to make them affordable for more people, particularly young people. Thank you.
Thank you, Nick. The next speaker is Hayley Spring of Dulwich Hill. Hayley Spring. Thank you, Hayley.
Good evening, everyone. I'm here with the honour of representing Loftus Street, Dulwich Hill. Some of you may be familiar with this small cul-de-sac which adjoins the Loftus Street car park that services the businesses of Marrickville Road and New Canterbury Road. Based on these plans, the car park will be rezoned to allow for development some 34 metres high or 12 stories immediately next to our single-storey homes, a dramatic shift in building height and does not take the topography into consideration, with Loftus sloping upwards towards the car park. To the rear, we have existing medium-density apartments on higher land, something that isn't represented on the released maps. Without insight as to the infrastructure plans to support these population increases, our concerns are as follows. We'd experience major overshadowing, and even with the setbacks, sunlight would be blocked for much of the day, making existing solar panels redundant and future solar panels a non-starter, even with the federal government incentives. Most of us are reliant on street parking and already struggle to park during peak retail periods because the shops are so bloody brilliant. The traffic generated from high-density block plus the integration of public parking would just make parking in our street all but impossible. Just this morning, I witnessed multiple cars enter our street from 8 a.m. onwards searching for parking. Increased traffic and ability to exit Loftus Street, Hercules Street, with traffic backed up from the lights on Beach Road, it's an existing issue, plus additional traffic into the developments. It's already slow going during peak periods. The potential for more traffic entering from New Canterbury Road if Loftus Street is extended through the existing Grass Plaza area, which, by the way, is slated for a $630,000 upgrade by the Inner West Council this fin year. Inability to work, study, relax at home during construction periods of the surrounding area. This could be multiple developments extending over multiple years. We want to make it clear that we are supportive of increasing the level of housing available. Our objection is to the intensity of it, right beside single-level homes, as well as how equitably it's spread across the LGA, not to mention the load the Inner West is expected to shoulder. If the proposed zoning of the car park and Hercules Street are to go ahead, we would ask that Loftus Street, Dulwich Hill, be reconsidered for medium density zoning, so we at least have the option to sell as a group and move on. This would be in line with the homes along Hercules Street where Loftus Street intersects and would also benefit the LGA in reaching its housing targets. We are a community-minded street who share baked goods, extra fruit from our trees, have the odd street party, pet sit for each other, and our kids play together, running from house to house. We love what we have, but we feel the impact of the surrounding development will have no choice but to move on. Please consider our submission. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Anne. If you haven't had a chance to speak to the planners, they are still here as well, just given that there are planners you can speak to as well, if you would like to. But thank you so much for sharing those concerns. Okay, our next speaker is David Pink of Newtown.
Thank you, Matt. Thank you, councillors, for letting us address you today. Look, I don't for a second question the probity of the independent report from Atlas Economics, but I do question the recommendations, especially the inconsistency between the recommendations from the City of Sydney and for the Inner West Council. How can it make sense that Glebe will have an upzone floor space affordability quota of 20% when Camperdown will only have 2 to 3%? How can it make sense that one side of Mallet Street, Camperdown, can tolerate 20% while the other side can only tolerate 2 to 3%? Same for King Street, Newtown. How can one side tolerate one quota and the other not? I don't for a second question that the economists who prepared this are independent, but the conclusions are clearly wrong, and there needs to be more than a week and a half of consultation about a report that hasn't been unpicked, hasn't had the opportunity to be unpicked by independent economists who aren't procured by the council. Matt, the reason I'm here is because I've had so many friends affected by the housing crisis. Before I came here, I asked a friend who's a teacher why they left the Inner West. The reason was they got a 30% increase to their rent and they had to move out of our community. I asked a friend, a public servant, why they left. They complained about their oven not working. Their next rent increase, 100%, nothing they could do. The solution to rents being so high and forcing people out isn't some sort of trickle-down plan. It's not a utopian solution. The Labor government of the ACT capped rent increases after 20% rental increase over a period of 5 years before they implemented the policy. If you pay $1,000 in rent now in the ACT, the most a landlord can raise that rent to is $1,009. $9 is the increase. So I think as a member of the Labor Party, I can say I firmly support Labor Party policy. The Labor Party policy of the Andrew Barr government in the ACT, which has actually solved the housing crisis directly, not through trickle-down market solutions. The YIMBY movement frames this as a division between selfish homeowners and renters, but that's a false framing. When rents are capped, landlords lose out, renters win, and homeowners keep their communities without displacement. We have the solution. Council should be advocating for it, not doubling down and accelerating the displacement of our communities, waiting for the good faith of Mirvac and Merredin, Lend-Lease to deliver us some sort of housing glut. I wonder if anyone really seriously believes that. Comrades, we should not go ahead with this plan without the opportunity to pause, reset and consult. Thank you.
Thanks very much, David. Since it's been raised a number of times, I'm just going to ask a couple of points of clarification for the benefit of us all from the council officers. Firstly, in relation to the City of Sydney, the advice in the report is that the City of Sydney charges a 3% rate of affordable housing contribution on all residential land and a 1% affordable housing. David, I'm not going to come back to you for cross-examination.
Thank you.
The advice in the report is that the City of Sydney charges a 3% affordable housing contribution on all residential land, as well as a 1% contribution from industrial land. And then in addition to that, where a developer submits a private planning proposal to go above and beyond what is in the planning controls, that a 20% rate could be charged for affordable housing only for that additional section. That's the advice in the report. Can I ask the council officers to confirm that, please?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that is exactly correct.
Okay, thank you for that. We have looked at it very closely. It's really important policy. So next, can I ask how long a period of time approximately? The figure I have in my head from the advice we received is that it was close to 2 decades. How long it took the City of Sydney to phase in their 3% contribution rate to affordable housing?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I can't confirm exactly the number of years, but I do know it was over many years and certainly something approaching more than a decade.
Okay. Can I ask further, is there any council in Sydney that has established an affordable housing contribution rate on residential land of 10, 15, 20 or 30% that you're aware of?
I'm unaware of any.
Okay, thank you for that. In relation to, and this is tabled in the report, and I'm sorry to take up some time, but this is obviously a matter of public importance. In the report, it's in a section of the report, it's stated that in relation to our conversion of car parks to not-for-profit housing, public housing, that there is the number of new public housing dwellings that could be achieved through that could be above 300 new public housing dwellings. I think it's 317 or 337 maybe. Can I ask for clarification about that?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's across a number of sites. The total number could be 341.
341. Can I ask, are the officers aware of any other council in Sydney that is converting their car parks for use as public housing?
Not that I'm aware of, other than the work that City of Sydney's done on their land.
Thank you for that. In relation to the proposed policy on faith-based, the conversion of church and faith-based charities' land to not-for-profit housing, is it correct to state that the policy proposed, and may be amended when it's adopted, is that faith-based charities would be able to convert their lands to housing on the condition that they provide 30% not-for-profit housing in perpetuity?
Through you, Chair, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. Are you aware of any other council in Sydney that has put forward or adopted such a plan?
Through you, Chair, I can state that no one has and that this is a first in planning terms.
Okay, thank you for that. So the City of Sydney has not implemented either of those policies?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you for that. In relation to the former WestConnex dive site at Camperdown, which is now progressing through Landcom and the Housing Delivery Authority or a state significant development process, is it correct to say that the original proposal from the government was for 100 private homes, but after advocacy from the Inner West Council, the proposal is now for 500 homes with 200 to remain as essential worker housing in perpetuity?
Through you, Chair, that's correct.
Okay, thank you for that. I'm only seeking to clarify those matters because all of us believe strongly in the need for affordable housing, and the plans that are being put forward are being, in my view, too narrowly interpreted or perhaps misrepresented. And in fact, there's a broad swathe of affordable housing policies. I'll leave it at that. The next speaker is...
Car parked public housing part of Fairer Futures? Or is there something else?
Yes, read the report.
I'm going to speak.
The next speaker is Adam Connor of Leichhardt.
He can speak to it. Our mayor can speak to it. He raised it.
Thank you, councillors, for giving me the opportunity to speak. My name's Adam. I've been a renter in Leichhardt for the last 4 years. In that time, I've moved housing 3 times, and I'm also a member of the Labor Party and a member of Labor for Ending Homelessness as well. I think what the Mayor raised is an important point through many of those questions, which is that the reason that we're here today, the reason that I'm here today as a renter who got a rent increase only last month, is because we believe fundamentally that affordable and secure housing is a human right. And we believe fundamentally that regardless of specific views on the plan, we can and must do better to provide secure and affordable housing for renters in our community. Now, I've read the Shelter New South Wales submission. The council has used that submission as part of the advertising for support of this plan. In that submission, they say that 10 to 15% affordable housing will start to meet what the council predicts as its own shortfall of over 5,000 affordable homes for this local area. The current affordable housing contributions, regardless of what different councils are doing in New South Wales, fall well short of that, well short of that. Now, the reason that Labor for Ending Homelessness made the submission that we did, and that we're here today talking about a 10 to 15% affordable housing contribution for this area, is because we believe that not only can the council do it, but that they must do it to ensure that young renters such as myself and working class people in this area have access to secure and affordable housing for many years to come. I'll keep my contribution brief. Thank you.
Thanks, Adam. The next speaker is Rory Frame from Marrickville.
Good evening, councillors and fellow residents. I've lived in the inner west for the last 7 years, last 3 of which was in Marrickville itself. I found community and friendship here, which I haven't found elsewhere. I'm proud to live here, and I think that I can scarce think of a better place to live in Australia. I'm also a renter. So for me, the Fairer Future Plan would, if enacted, be a great boon, not just to myself, but to many like me. More homes in the inner west, close to the transport and the amenities that we all love and enjoy in our communities would mean that many people like me would be able to finally be able to enjoy the dignity and security that comes with home ownership. Would have a shot at that. Sydney is currently at the forefront of the housing crisis, and all parts of the city, including the inner west, must rise to meet that. The decision to proceed with the Fairer Future Plan also has bigger implications than just those for us here tonight. It is about our future. It is a decision that will determine if our future generations, our children, can still call the inner west their home. It's a choice between a future of abundance or one where communities that we call home today will continue to stratify, potentially to the point where none but those who already own property here can afford to live here. There have been many tonight who have said that the plan either fails to deliver social housing or does not deliver enough. And I do agree, more social housing would be a benefit to everybody. But to do so, we need more housing in general. And that's why I believe that we can achieve this abundance through increasing housing supply across the board. We want more homes of all types. This abundance will only come if bold step forwards are made. So I implore Council to approve the Fairer Future Plan. We cannot afford to broker any more delays in solving the housing crisis. As, to commandeer a well-worn phrase, the best time to build more homes was 20 years ago. The second best time is now. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Rory. Our next speaker is Carolyn Buckingham of Dulwich Hill.
Thank you, councillors in our inner west community. I run Butcher's Brew Bar on Marrickville Road in Dulwich Hill. I've been connected to Dulwich Hill for 30 years. My children were born and raised here, creating lifelong family friends and connections. We are an embedded part of the community, but I address you tonight primarily as a business owner. Butcher's Brew has been presenting live events since 2018 and regularly we regularly freely give our space to community events, fundraisers, band rehearsals and recordings. I invested my life savings in a fit out that took over 14 months to work through Inner West Council's exhaustive DA process to create a safe and accessible space with a 15-year lease and a long-term view. We have earned respect in the industry, carving out a niche as an independent award-winning venue that champions original talent and quality programming. More than 250 people pass through the venue most weeks. Ticketing data tells us that 90% come from outside the area. More often than not, they drive. We drive business to the local community, particularly Dulwich Hill's developing nightlife. Where other local strips are on the decline, Dulwich Hill Village is a thriving hub with high foot traffic. A thriving retail and hospitality strip needs free and accessible car parking. The existing 200 spots set to be wiped out in the 3 public car parks earmarked for development are heavily used day and night, as is all available street parking. If we lose the car parks, we will be down to just 11 spots on our block of Maryville Road to serve not just us, but all businesses on the strip. That's 11 spots. Maryville Road, and that's not accounting for additional parking needed for the influx of new residents, for the thousands of new units to be crammed into the block and their visitors. We have decent public transport, but this is not always practical for shoppers with a trolley load of groceries. I currently live a 10-minute drive away off peak. If I take public transport, it's 2 buses plus a 10-minute walk each way. I'm often picking up heavy boxes of stock, glassware, furniture, etc. en route. At the end of the night, I'm often leaving at 1 or 2 in the morning. On Saturdays, this is after an exhausting 60-hour day. Our artists are in the same situation, often lugging heavy gear, coming early to set up, leaving late after packing down. We are a small venue and the fee is commensurate. Musicians know they won't get paid big bucks playing here, but they play here for other reasons already outlined. If that modest fee is drained by taxis, parking fees, or worse, parking fines, they will stop playing here. Those of us old enough to remember when Leichhardt was a bustling hub, before it was destroyed by the introduction of metered parking and 24/7 ranges, dread seeing our beautiful Dulwich Hill community go the same way. We already have a useless, empty, windswept plaza that no one ever goes to at the Italian Forum, and we don't need another one. I'm also concerned about the push to remove red tape. Yes, I know from our own 14-month fit-out how tiresome and expensive compliance can be, but the regulations are there for a reason. Opal and Mascot Towers are local examples of sloppy construction work and defects robbing people of their life savings for units that are unlivable. Worse yet, the London Grenfell disaster.
Carolyn, I'll ask you to conclude your remarks.
Okay. I know from talking to, last paragraph, I know from talking to other family-run businesses that many are in the same boat. We have put our lives, our money, and our souls into making Dulwich Hill the thriving and desirable hub that it has become. Please don't make us the victims of our own hard work by destroying this beautiful community. Thank you.
The next speaker is Matt Wilk of Rozelle.
Thank you for having me. I realise that there's NIMBYs and YIMBYs, and I'm actually a YIMBY member. I realised way too late. I sat in the wrong place, but the NIMBYs were very nice to me. I'm sorry. But I guess I'm speaking today. I came to a council meeting a little while ago, and there was a few things that were said that didn't make sense to me. I guess supply increasing the cost of housing, and also, you know, I mean, greedy developers. There's no evidence that I have found that property developers are any greedier than socialists or any other group of people. There's no evidence. But the reason I'm here, the thing that really distressed me enough is that we're kind of aligned that there is a housing shortage. I mean, there's even some of the opposing speakers agree that there is a shortage, that there is a gap. But I think it's the where that gap should be filled that's really frustrating for me, because one speaker last time said, well, Badgerys Creek, why not just go to Badgerys Creek and build more houses? And I have a connection. I grew up on the Cumberland Plain. I moved here when I moved to Rozelle, or Inner West, Ashfield, then Leichhardt, then when I was at uni, but I grew up on the Cumberland Plain. And I don't know that people realise how far it is, or how hot it is out there, or how the ground gets frozen, or how the people have that when Victoria Road is empty of traffic, Parramatta Road is empty of traffic, the people who live out there are still driving. And like I grew up with parents who spent their best hours stuck in traffic, and on a train, and they weren't there. And I think that fairness, to me, fairness is like misused, or the unfairness of Marrickville or Dulwich Hill. Yeah, I acknowledge it's unfair when there's a rezoning next to you're not rezoning, but I think it's the right place to increase density, and yeah, density certainly helps with increasing the number of houses definitely lowers the cost over time. That's clear. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Matt. Next speaker is Harris Vallo of Marrickville.
Good evening, Mayor and Councillors. I'd like to begin by expressing my support for the Fairer Future Plan. However, I just would like to raise an important individual question. If a technical error or oversight has been identified in the plan, and I've been advised by the current planning team that they cannot amend it, as the final draft is already before the extraordinary meeting, what is the process and who has the authority to correct such an error at this stage?
That's a fair question. The councillors can correct the error if you're saying it's actually just a drafting error, is that correct? That's what you've been advised?
No, not a drafting error, like an oversight. So we've placed a submission, and it's validated, and it's kind of just been overlooked, I feel.
Okay, so you're saying that you made a submission about an amendment that you would like to the plan?
Yes.
And that it hasn't been incorporated into the draft that's being reported back to council?
Correct.
Okay. Probably you're best to speak to what it is now that you're seeking to amend.
Yep.
And so here's your chance to address councillors. You can also write to us separately. And we also have planners here who can speak with you after you finish your contribution.
Yeah, no problem. So the property we're speaking about is 406 to 414 Illawarra Road. It is a corner site, and it is a gateway to the precinct of the town centre. Nevertheless, we are zoned E1 and have a height of 23.5 metres and a FSR of 3:1. Now, the property adjacent to us is has a height of 34.5. What was exhibited on the intersection of Harnett Avenue and Illawarra Road was on each corner similar to what we had. Post-exhibition, 2 of the corners have actually received an increase in height. I'd just like to obviously put on note the inconsistency and need for urban design and all the I'm prepared to obviously forward the submission to all the councillors as well to see, and yeah, that's basically obviously we're here to just increase the potential height for the building.
Okay, thanks very much, Harris. Our next speaker is Hall Greenland of Leichhardt.
Thank you.
Good evening. What can't be denied about this plan is that it fails both the affordability and the environmental tests. What it offers, and I don't think we can contradict this, it offers to current and future residents a more expensive housing in an impoverished and degraded environment. Other speakers have emphasised the fatal absence of affordable housing. The Atlas economics report shows that the private market cannot provide the kind of affordable housing that we actually need. And as somebody's pointed out, there's been no social impact study to show that affordable housing won't be the first to go when the demolitions and the redevelopment occur. But from the start, what I wanted to emphasise in my contributions is the lack of any new green open space in this plan, despite the 70,000 new residents it aims to introduce. It's not as though we have enough open space now. residents in the inner west enjoy the second lowest amount of open space per capita in the state. In Leichhardt, where it's proposed to add 10,000 new dwellings, not one new blade of grass has been provided. The importance of green open space cannot be underestimated. Parks, playing fields and urban bush are important for our mental and physical well-being, to attenuate the urban heat sink effect of climate change, to soak up carbon gas and to provide the habitat for the still surviving fauna in our neighbourhoods. The projected development will of course involve the destruction of private open space, the backyards and gardens, the houses demolished, to make way for the new blocks and towers. Inconvenient trees will have to be raised as sites are cleared for excavation for footings and underground parking. The environmental case against this plan is incontrovertible. To add further, there's the waterways pollution as well that Sydney Water has warned about. Already in Leichhardt, where I live, the local creek or canal is lined with signs warning about sewage overflow into the waterway. On the other hand, what is encouraging in this whole exercise is the community response to the plan. Despite the fact that the efforts of the council to inform the community were far from perfect, the plan has elicited over 3,000 responses. And we know from the refreshingly frank report from the community engagement consultants that residents were concerned with the obvious drawbacks of the plan that I've been talking about. What I want to emphasise now is the extent of community concern with these urban issues. This encouraging response provides the basis for democratic planning for a community-directed plan rather than a developer-led plan for the inner west. All the things that are lacking in the Fairer Future plan can be corrected with this engaged and respected community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Jason, now forgive me if I pronounce it incorrectly, Duda of Marrickville.
Thank you, Mayor. That's correct, Duda.
Thank you.
Thank you, councillors. My name is Jason Duda. I'm a planner and head of urban design at ADW Johnson. I represent the landowner of 34 to 38 Jersey Street, Marrickville. It's a 1,400 square metre site at the western end of McNeely Park. We put forth a submission that supported the Fairer Future plan to provide additional opportunity for housing around the station at Marrickville. And we put forth a submission seeking to increase the FSR, the base FSR from 2.5 to 3 to 1. We understand the Hassel report hasn't provided a specific response to that additional FSR request, and we seek from council that the council consider increasing the FSR to 3 to 1 for the following reasons. It will support the viability to deliver additional housing in a unique location, which is immediately to the end of the park, within 400 metres of the Marrickville Metro Station, and it will reflect the same FSR that's at the eastern end of the park. We've done a detailed urban design study that looked at the apartment design guide criteria, the deep soil requirements, and addressing the rail corridor, and we can achieve those outcomes with that FSR and the proposed heights. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Jason. The next speaker is Sarah Salkild of Dulwich Hill.
Thank you. My comments relate to a section of residential premises on Bedford Crescent in Dulwich Hill. I support the medium density development in Wardell Road and Bedford Crescent at the eastern end of Bedford Crescent, and also Keith Street to the north of Bedford Crescent, as they are 50 metres from the Dulwich Hill Metro train station and light rail stations at $20 billion, Australia's largest ever infrastructure project, 100 metres from shops, 200 metres from the 412 bus stop, 400 metres from the local public school, 600 metres from St Maroon School and 800 metres from Dulwich Hill High. However, what I do not support and most strongly request to be revised is the floor space ratios. The western end of Bedford Crescent comprises a number of small residential blocks, under 300 square metres each. This makes it unattractive for a developer to purchase the land to develop with a floor space ratio of only 3:1. This means there is a very real prospect these residential premises in Bedford Crescent will remain underdeveloped or undeveloped, leaving the properties trapped in an island surrounded by large 8 to 10 storey developments. To avoid this, my strong request and recommendation is the floor space ratio for the eastern end of Bedford Crescent should be significantly increased. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Sarah. The next speaker is Santi Rosario of Ashfield. Not here. Thank you for that. Next, we have Ian Dawson of Marrickville.
Hello, good evening. Thank you for hearing me. I'm representing the owners of 359, 361 and 373 on Marrickville Road. We note that in the revised plan, we've consolidated more housing together. I'm here to suggest that with a little bit of consultation that I've had with the neighbours and indeed lot owners within that lot, that it might be better to separate rather than consolidate and bring it back to having, as our submission previously, groups of 3 and have something that's more of a repeatable plan that can be adopted up and down Marrickville Road. I do believe that there's quite a lot of support for development within the Marrickville Road owners and some support within Woodbury. However, not all owners are in support of the development, and I fear that if we don't break that consolidation down and enable development to happen with just 3 or 4 neighbours, then nothing will happen. And I think this is something that will be the case right across the whole of the Fair Future Plan. I am a real estate agent. I love the Inner West. I've worked in the Inner West for over 15 years. I specialise in dealing with developers and landowners and homeowners to develop things. And I think, we need to make sure that the plan in which we're putting forward is something that's going to be achievable and deliverable. I do believe the submission we put forward, enabling more open space on every development up and down, and enabling a developer or landowners to group together and contribute to public space will enable us to ensure there is more public space for the communities. And I also feel that we should maybe think a little bit more about the services that can be provided within those developments right up and down Marrickville Road and all of the main arterials. I also believe that having density on the main arterial roads is highly beneficial for whole of communities. I know that Con spoke to that earlier today, and I do think that it does make way more sense from a design perspective. I know that when we spoke to the planners, they were talking about access for all communities to the parkways, but I do think that the idea of having parks that surrounded by homes are definitely the way forward and enable more canopies for trees, avoiding the hot spots that have been spoken about previously, and it will enable this development to actually move forward and enable progress and homes to be built rather than coming up with a plan that is just not going to be deliverable unless all parties are in agreement, which is very hard to do, even on 4 neighbours, let alone when it's 8 and further consolidation required. So thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for that, Ian. The next speaker is Margot Cashman of Dulwich Hill.
Goodness, we all should have put our jammies. Okay, up front in the business papers was the assurance that no public car parks would be lost. I'm going, go Darcy, yay, you're my man. But buried in the business papers was a proposal to hand over 4 public car parks in Dulwich Hill, Marrickville, Enmore and Leichhardt to community housing providers for affordable housing. Rightly, the community housing providers can access federal funds. However, the cost of reinstating the car parks will fall to ratepayers. Why should we pay again for something we already own? This process has been shrouded in secrecy. Landcom has been engaged to manage the process. Urbis has done numerous studies on the sites, all kept away from the community. And a confidential report goes to the council next month in October on the first site of Garnet Street, Marrickville. There has been no public access to any of this. Car parks in the council service centres, meanwhile, car parks in the council service centres that are closer to public transport and are bigger are untouched. Instead, the car parks that keep our villages alive are being traded away, threatening hundreds of small businesses and thousands of jobs. In Dulwich Hill, the council has agreed to two 14-storey towers, proposing two 14-storey towers in return for a plaza and some community space. They now want to trade away even those benefits to add affordable housing, but pay for the cost of reinstating the car park. So the community really gets not a lot for years of disruption. For Seaview and Loftus Streets, businesses asked the council for a simple site-specific clause in the LEP, guaranteeing that parking would be retained. These are nothing new. They're no special clause. There are 52 similar provisions already on different sites in the LEP. The council has refused. There is no reason, apart from the obvious conflict of interest, with the council acting as both landowner and developer. The council has concluded that developers can't fund more housing, and we've heard that tonight. So the council expects us to sell the very infrastructure that sustains our villages and endure years of disruption to pay it back. We appeal to your better angels, councillors. We asked you to release the Landcom and Urbis reports and all documents and make next month's report to the council not confidential but public. Darcy, Simone and Peter, you sat there in a meeting with the business owners and said nothing about this. Please be transparent about this particular issue. It is vital.
Thanks, Margot. Your time has expired. Thanks very much. Now, last registered speaker tonight was online but has dropped off, so that concludes the business. Can I thank all of the members of the public for their participation tonight in what has been, I think, the longest and broadest public forum ever held at a council in New South Wales. It also concludes the community consultation process for the Fairer Future Plan, the largest engagement process the council has ever undertaken. Thank you to all of the members of the public in attendance. Thank you very much to all of the council staff for your hard work on the plans and for being here so late into the night. And thank you very much to the councillors. I'll now adjourn the meeting to recommence next Tuesday, the 30th at 6:30. The meeting is adjourned.